And welcome in Pokemon Unite trainers. Underdunk number 73. We are back in action after a well-deserved week off. Hope everyone's controllers are dusted off and ready to play some Pokemon Unite. Not Pokopia. As much as Bina told us we should just have a Pokopia tournament, I don't think that's how the game works. But either way, we have 4 rounds.
We'll figure out a way to make it competitive.
Maybe. That would be kind of cool. If there is any sort of like mini game in there, I haven't had a chance to open my copy yet. That would be super fun. But we do have 4 rounds of Swiss to you, bringing you tonight. And for those that are just tuning in for the first time, I am Steel Agent Kyle, and with me, as always, the one, the only, the content cat girl. Welcome back, Husky.
Hello. Happy to be back. I've got spring break next week, so feeling a little bit better. Not that I don't have to go to work tomorrow, but just the fact that there's spring break is really keeping me going.
Yeah, well, let's So Robin, I just see Robin's message in the server. If there's no lane Cinderace, we riot. Honestly, fair. Well, we have 4 rounds of Swiss. No matter what happens, there are 4 rounds of Swiss that we have tonight. So even if teams lose those first 2 sets and keep trucking on along, sets during the night will continue to progress. Hopefully, more level play as the night advances. Only one ban tonight. Zapdos, the only ban. Everything else that was banned because of bugs, this, that, the other, are going to be on the table. We are going to put out a poll potentially later if we just want to allow every Pokemon every week. We'd like to see what the players want, but TBD on that. But it's been about 2 weeks, Husky, since we've had an Underdunk. You got some Baja Blast, I see. Excellent choice.
Yeah, I got some Baja Blast Zero. I'm running out. It's sad.
That is really sad. I have a Dr. Pepper zero sugar cream soda version, and I'm almost out, so I'm gonna have to get a second one.
They make the zero sugar cream sodas? I thought they were regular. That's crazy. I did not know that.
It's so good. It's so good. It might be the best. It might be this.
Yeah, damn. Anyway.
But we do have, it's been 2 weeks since our last Underdunk. We have a new patch. I kind of want to take a look at our patch. And kind of see, well, that's not the patch that I wanted to see. Let's go ahead and do that.
There we go.
There we go. I pressed the button. Long range tactics. What Pokemon are you kind of thinking, might enter the meta here?
Yeah, this was interesting because it seemed like they were specifically looking to start changing the attackers. Like attackers, there's been like 2 or 3 that are consistently used, and then people's comfort picks come out here and there. But I think these couple buffs and Cramorant getting basically a buff to Cramorant, that was really interesting to me because it does just seem like they're trying to make the attacker class a little bit more accessible. The nerfs all make sense as well. It was weird seeing a patch that made sense. That was definitely a shock to me, but yeah, not as big of a patch. I feel like I would like to see a little bit more in some of these future patches, but it does seem like they've got the start of something interesting here.
Yeah, I added Zapdos in 3 categories. I had it in the news since it's the first time we're seeing it here on Underdog, but we've also seen that it's gotten a nerf already. It also had a massive bug fix to I believe, the Unite move. Or there's like a bug that was just absolutely deleting Pokemon, so that seems to be resolved. Either way, it's going to be banned this evening. Global ban, the only one, like we were mentioning. But let's talk about what Pokemon that we kind of have on our radar for tonight. We'll start off with your Greninja.
Yeah, so part of the attackers getting changed, I felt like maybe I want to keep a lookout for stuff like Greninja, some of the auto attackers, and Smokescreen. got buffed to make its early game a little bit easier. And I think if there's one thing that was keeping Greninja out of the meta, it's that it's really difficult to get it online because it needs that level 7. And there are a couple trainers who continue to bring Greninja and tend to do pretty well in it as long as they get that experience. So maybe with these buffs and to its earlier game, early to mid game, we see it kind of shine a little bit more. Not that I would necessarily like it. I think Greninja is a toxic menace to society, but I'm still going to be watching out for it.
Oh yeah, there's definitely some players that love that Pokemon. I think my Pokemon to watch here, I think we mentioned it very briefly, is going to be Cramorant. I think Surf Hurricane is my moveset of choice. I think it just provides a lot of crowd control. It can set up some really big plays, especially if you have some follow-up damage, maybe an all-rounder or a speedster to kind of close out those KOs. I think this is a big patch winner. I think the passive change is also pretty big. Being able to move while you pick up the Arrokuda, I think is a really nice change that I don't think many people expected to be a change that would be on Cramorant's radar. So I think we'll see if that is, something that is impactful. I think the other thing is the Unite move can set up some really big fights there at the end game. It kind of creates this huge zone. So if you could kind of hide in a bush and kind of maybe throw some of your defenders, some of your front line to kind of absorb some of the damage, it could just ult and just dish out a punishing blow to a lot of Pokemon, especially if some HP bars get a little bit low. And the last note that I have is I'm sure we're going to get a nerf to this Pokemon. It's done nothing wrong, and this is the first time that it's getting buffed. It's only a matter of time before we see it nerfed once again.
Yeah, if you like Cram, you may as well use it while you can. But yeah, let's take a look at some of our top encounter rates from the previous Underdunk. This is interesting because we have seen a lot of these Pokemon that are on this list get a nerf in this recent patch, which is crazy because I feel like that's not something that they often do. These top 3 Pokemon up here did like the Mega Charizard, the Blastoise, like these got actual nerfs. Wild. But these are some ridiculous encounter rates.
98, 97, 97, 93. Yeah, I think a lot of the nerfs that were dished out were very, very needed, right? Mimikyu, Y, Blastoise, Mega Gyarados all got those nerfs. I think Duck kind of skirted some of those nerfs, so I imagine that we'll see Duck as, if not, the highest encounter rate this week. I think it'll definitely still be up there. I think that Pokemon's still incredibly good. Miraidon, though, I don't know if Miraidon's going to be the best attacker anymore. I mean, we talked about this one along with Mewtwo Y being the best attackers. I don't think that's the case anymore, or at least time will tell.
Yeah, and I was just looking at this patch again to double check myself, and you had forgot Latios in the buffs category.
Oh, I totally did.
Yeah, and I was like, wait, what happened to Latios? Yeah, Latios also got a buff. Not that I think it changes too much. Maybe we'll see it, but just wanted to point out your mistakes so that we make sure we hold you accountable on your own stream. Anyway, taking a look at the map selection. I'll make the Google Doc exposing Kyle. Map selection, the pie chart here, unsurprisingly 2.7% Rayquaza, but it was represented. I don't think this is super, because it was Kyogre first map before, so I don't think this is super surprising that teams are just picking it. This week, I believe we are doing all 3 maps are a choice. Is that correct? So maybe we'll see this look a little bit differently if you start from choosing your map outright. It could be that teams just like to stick with the same thing, but maybe that first map choice would even us out a little bit, but doesn't surprise me too much.
Doesn't surprise me a whole lot. I think the thing that surprised me the most, so I guess we didn't have many UCS teams that week, was since week 3 was the Rayquaza map. I figured that we might see a little bit more Rayquaza just to kind of get the practice in, but then I remembered, well, we have mostly grassroots team. I don't think there was a single UCS team that competed that week. So makes sense why it's 2.7. Groudon is the map of the ranked mode right now. So I imagine that we'll probably see maybe a little bit more Groudon. this week than in weeks past, and I think Kyogre
Yeah.
will probably kind of suffer. I think that one 87% is awfully high, and I imagine that we'll start to move a little bit away from that. We also do have a little bit more data here, top picks along with the top bands. Let's start with the top picks.
Yeah, interesting choices here. That second side of the map, it seems like those win rates are just so high for some of these Pokemon. You know, a lot of supporters, defenders in there, and then some of our all-rounders. Ceruledge dodging the patch, but doing really well. I think we'll continue to see that. Mimikyu, another Pokemon you missed. Your chat held you accountable for that one. Mimikyu did get a Shadow Sneak nerf, but I don't know how much that's going to affect it because it's so strong. Vaporeon skated through, so I imagine we'll continue to keep seeing Vaporeon. But I am interested to see how this patch ends up shaking up the meta a little bit.
Yeah, we'll fire production and our graphic designer for missing those graphics, and we'll make sure they'll go on a pip or something, and we'll make sure to fire them for a second time in 2 weeks. So.
Yeah, a third time if you're firing both the production and the graphic design. Yeah.
We're suffering over here. We're suffering.
Yeah, it's important. It's important. Let's take a look at our bans now. You know, a lot of these top Pokemon being banned were unsurprisingly some of the top Pokemon in our overall encounter rate. A lot of bans for the Megas, you just don't want to have to play against them. Blastoise as well. And then, you know, you've got like the Megas, a whole line of broken supporters and defenders, and then Darkrai, Meowth, which had 100% win rate. How many times did was it played?
It was like 9 or 10 times. I'll have to see exactly what the number was, but it wasn't 0. So I'm like, this is interesting. I'll have to go maybe check exactly what the play rate was. But yeah, it was it wasn't nothing, but still, yeah, 100% is pretty crazy.
Yeah, and I just want to also go back to the turtle, the Blastoise. Like, I don't know how significant the nerfs are going to end up being, but I am so ready for this thing to be gone. Just obliterate it. Like, it's so dumb. But I do wonder if, you know, teams have gotten used to using Blastoise again. There was a while where it was very dominant, then it wasn't, and then it was again. And I think teams are comfortable with it. But I am going to be interested to see how the bans start to look. Like, are we still going to be banning out Mega Pokemon after they got some nerfs? Is just the Mega mechanic broken enough to where you are still going to dedicate ban slots to them? We will have to see.
We'll definitely see. I did check our data sheet, and Meowth was played 16 times 2 weeks ago.
16 times?
Yeah, so it was 16-0 at Underdunk 72, which is kind of wild. I thought it was like less than 10, but I remember that like we're not including anything less than 10 on the play rate just because it's, you know, the data would be insufficient. So yeah, 16. That's pretty significant.
Wow, 100% win rate with 16 games is crazy. Meowth is broken. No one's seeing how broken it is, I guess, except for those 16 times that it was played. Yeah. So I wonder. So I'm just looking over the Mega Charizard specific nerfs here. It's not reducing damage, so I don't know if it's going to be enough, but they're decreasing movement speed of that flamethrower grants while Mega evolved. They're increasing the cooldown of the Unite move and making the Mega Evolution duration 15 seconds. I don't know if it'll be enough. Let's see what we've got on the ban docket for today.
Let's see. Already off the start, we already have Miraidon. That is going to be enemy number 1 here for DFS, Amethyst, and Slime. They're going to go ahead and ban that Darkrai. I still think Darkrai is very strong. Obviously, the win rate didn't quite show that it was a demon, but I still think in the right hands, it is very, very powerful. Amethyst also going to ban out that Latios. So already we're starting to see the impact of this patch. 2 attacker bans on the left side.
Yeah, this is interesting. I was not expecting to see Latios up there. I didn't really think that the Draco Meteor changes were really that sufficient, but we're noticing Mega Pokemon Blastoise still going ahead and being nerfed here by these squads. So, I mean, Darkrai, like you said, it doesn't win. I feel like it's not really made to win as much as it's made to like be a disruptor, and it can just be annoying. But Psyduck skated through this patch, and that's going to be our first pick.
Psyduck, yeah, the Duck, I think, definitely worthy of that first pick. I mean, you saw the pick or the total encounter rate, also the win rate, pretty significant on there. Slime, though, they do have the option to lock in their support defender core. They are going to pivot away from that Blissey. And despite the nerfs that Mimikyu received in this last patch, Security still feels very confident on it.
Yeah, that's kind of honestly what I was expecting here. I think that the Mimikyu, it got a little bit of a Shadow Sneak nerf, but I think that there's been so many times this Pokemon's been nerfed, and it's just so strong. And look at this, Kyle, your Pokemon to watch already showing up over here for DFS Amethyst. We've got the Cramorant, and it's wearing two of those cooldown items that you predicted, which leads me to believe that it will be that Surf Hurricane build.
I love to see it. I think this Pokemon's really powerful. I do like this play here from Slime, though. I think that they are going to lock in that Inteleon. That does give you a nice target onto that Cramorant, especially if it gets in its Unite move. Being able to hit it with a Snipe Shot could be really pivotal because it is a sitting literal duck in its Unite move.
Yeah, it is in that. I wonder if they were thinking about that when they were making the Cramorant Unite move. It is a sitting duck. And then on the other side, considering the Cinderace, another auto attacker that did get a bit of a buff that a lot of players like, and the Buzzwole. I think that when there's a melee focused meta, Buzzwole's pretty good. Not sure if I love it into what we've got in this composition, but I am fine being. Oh my god. Meowscarada didn't get changed, but we're playing it game number 1. I feel like this is just because I'm here.
I think so too.
I'm gonna have
they knew. And they're gonna play Flower Trick for you, surely. I think so.
I'm literally going to have a panic attack. I have not seen this Pokemon played in a year.
It's been a while.
I'm going to have a panic attack. Anyway, a good couple of comps. I think that Meow is good, and I think it does need a little bit of help, especially being a 3-stage speedster. Speedsters are supposed to be good early. Meow is not. But with 2 attackers and, one of them being a sitting duck, a Meowscarada, just any speedster that can really get in on them could be beneficial. And also, if you're running double team can avoid the Buzzwole pretty easily. You can trick it, so it could be beneficial here. I do like it, but I'm trying to not be biased.
I'm excited to see the Meowscarada. I do think that Cramorant might be pivoting to that Air Slash build. Saw it change some items, so we might see something a little bit different here in game number 1. I believe they put on those Wise glasses opposed to that Drive Lens. So it is very possible. I think a Muscle Band could have worked pretty well too, but either way, let's get into game number 1 of our round 1. Slime, going to be on your orange side. DFS Amethyst, going to be on your purple. We are taking Cinder to the central area.
And down in that bottom path, Cramorant. It's like I'm watching a dream unfold. Cramorant in this game. Sprigatito walking up into the top path. What world am I in right now? We're going to have to see how this ends up going for Sprigatito in the top path as well, because it's a speedster, it's not a traditional top path Pokemon, but it does have that really good passive to kind of help with that Buzzwole damage early.
I'm pretty okay holding 13 bits of Eos energy, so it does tell me that this Pokemon has been able to secure some last hits. However, they've been zoned out of this Natu family. Here comes Cinderace. Chansey trying to do a little bit of work, but they're going to have to burn that XP. They do get out to safety. Here comes Mimikyu, but this Meowscarada, the Sprigatito, gets away to safety, and now Flora got him.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be able to get out here. It does use an eject button, and then it's got its agility to be able to get out. So, I mean, great playing there by Slime to be able to make it out. That's 3 Pokemon that you're trying to stack into and still being able to get out. That does mean for the 850s, no eject button.
Eject button. Umbreon a little bit late to the party. It's going to be a 4-on-3 here. Slime does stay upright, but DFS Amethyst still looking to push in. Umbreon's going to come in. Nice little foul play to separate the duck. Nice little Mamoswine Ice Shard to just keep Slime on pad.
Safeguard on the Blissey as well. It's going to be interesting. I feel like everything that's in Slime's kit nerfs this Buzzwole. So I really want to watch this Buzzwole to see how they're able to get online, if they can get their stacks. It seems like they've had trouble with that so far, considering DFS Amethyst has 0 points at the moment. Cramorant looking to score 30. They will, getting them on the board.
Nice little 30-point dunk. They are going to get away to safety, too, as this poor little Sobble unable to evolve just yet. Umbreon's going to help them do that. Actually, might grief them a little bit, push that bit of experience away with that foul play.
Buzzwole now will get a little bit more experience, but no stacks so far. The Florigato has done a great job of making sure that the Buzzwole can't really get too far ahead. And this is a really, really good early game Pokemon. And then for the rest of the game, it's really single target. So if you have a single target to go after, then you could be looking pretty good. In the central area, Mimikyu handling that Regidrago.
And Psyduck Headache Gauge pops, but that's still going to mean it goes down. Good plays there. Slime converge on that target. Shadow Tag into the back line, and now they find a KO onto the Cramorant. Blissey's going to safeguard them, make sure that this Mimikyu stays upright. This Cinderace is dishing out a little bit of a punishing, but Umbreon able to stay back away from the pack and get to safety. Could have been really scary. I thought that an Altaria might have hit it.
Yeah, Cinderace, I believe, is Blaze Kick, and I'm only saying that because I haven't seen a Pyro Ball come out yet, but yeah, it is. So it's going to be a little bit more mobile. It can juke a little bit more, but Inteleon being Liquidation is interesting to me. I feel like I would love to see a Snipe Shot into this composition, but Liquidation definitely is more consistent.
Oh, Umbreon able to get it. Might have been a Snarl Tick right there. Mimikyu's going to Shadow Sneak in, play with me, is going to help take out that Cramorant once again. Umbreon into the back line, has a foul play, but they're going to go to the Berry. Inteleon able to take out that Cinderace. Psyduck has to scatter back to T2.
Very textbook playing so far from Slime. I'm very impressed with the way that they are playing as a team, and also the micro from each of these members of their team. I saw they're playing a lot of Pokemon that they have gold badges on, so it's very clear that they are strong micro players in the picks that they have. The Umbreon even has a blue badge, I believe, then everything else are gold badges. So usually that doesn't mean much, but it can in terms of micro play, and we're definitely seeing a lot of those skills showcased here.
Here comes that Earthquake from the Piloswine. Unite move from the Inteleon takes out the Duck. Regirock dangerously low. Unite move is a little bit early, but Cram is able to take the cake. Regirock down. Inteleon with a double KO. Liquidation attaches to the Duck once again. Buzzwole's up to the party, going to try to slam down Slime, but it's unsuccessful with a nice little bait.
Yeah, I also want to point out in that bottom path there, the Umbreon going in, and then the Mimikyu used a Unite move into the tall grass so that it would lose vision when it did get that KO, which was a really smart play. It's hard to tell if they mean to do that, but I can only imagine they did because it's more fun that way. And look at this, the double teams from this Meowscarada running into the Buzzwole and then forcing them to use their moves, because it's not often you're playing against a double team Meowscarada because, you know, it's not the strongest Pokemon. So it's very easy to get a little bit confused.
Yeah, it confused them earlier in that fight as well. But now looking at the map, halfway through, Slime going to be ahead 183-92. We do have this basement Reggie that is up for the taking now.
Yeah, that's going to be down in the bottom path, and we'll see which teams are going to want to go with it here. Looks like Meowscarada and Buzzwole are still floating around in that top path. Kind of smart here. But Cinderace is going to start ripping down this Alecki. We do have the rest of the cavalry on their way, but it's a 4v4 down here in this bottom path.
Umbreon's going to just be a little bit of a disruptor there. Here comes Mimikyu, but Umbreon goes down, Cramorant down as well. Blissful Assistance onto the Mimikyu now. Blissey gets picked up by the Mamoswine, Inteleon might be next on the chopping block. Good shadow tag there. Fainted by Cinderace, but they waited out. Mimikyu takes out the bunny. Play with me onto the Mamoswine. Regieleki still getting reset here. Now Inteleon able to gobble up a berry and come back to the fight. Liquidation is going to take out that Mamoswine. Slime on the offensive, looking to secure this Regieleki. Should be able to do it. Good hurricane by Cram, but no, Amethyst is able to take it away. Cramorant to the rescue.
The Cram able to grab it with a dive there, jumped under the water, was able to pick it up. I mean, ultimately that fight was won by Slime, but I think that the Cramorant's got to be happy with how that one ended up going. Buzzwole does pick the right Meowscarada this time in that top path, and they will go down. But I want to also point another insane microplay by that Mimikyu. The last hit of the Mamoswine Unite move, Mimikyu play roughed right onto the Regieleki so that they weren't hit by that, by the stun of that Mamoswine Unite move. That was a really cool microplay to watch. In the bottom path now, Slime will put in some more points, really pushing here to make sure they increase their score lead.
To bait out some more moves from that Buzzwole. Slime yields that T1, now looking to defend T2. Nice little snarl there from Umbreon. Buzzwole going to pick up the wrong target. Actually, it might have been a safeguard that saved them. 1 HP in a dream. Buzzwole barely able to escape that one. It's going to retreat back to pad, but the damage is done. 296, 159 right now. Slime in the driver's seat. That T2 is down, so Amethyst has some work to do in these last 25 seconds before Groudon.
I mean, all things considered, the score differential is not that significant. Slime does have over a 100-point lead, but they still have a tier 1 goal zone up in that top path that Buzzwole's been defending very well. It's really just been the Buzzwole and the Meow going back and forth in the top path that entire time. But the score differential isn't that bad. DFS Amethyst could definitely win a fight and come back here. I think it's really going to be dependent on the Cinderace not getting caught and continuing to dish out a ton of damage. That also means they need to be able to get in range. And Inteleon pulled in. Huge start to the fight here, Kyle.
Yeah, Duck doing double time there. Unite move from Cramorant on the backside. Inteleon still upright. They're going to take out that Mamoswine. Mamoswine down, Cramorant down. Cinderace dangerously low. Umbreon trying to run away from them. Good feint there, but it's not long enough. Liquidation connects. 4 members down. Double KO for this Inteleon. Buzzwole trying to stay up. They're dangerously low. Groudon now at half. Here comes Inteleon. Oh, great acrobatics. Looking great on that one. And now Groudon getting chipped down. Do they have a hero play? No. Mimikyu takes the Groudon for Slime.
Definitely a bit of a scuffed fight there for Slime. I don't think they expected the Inteleon to get pulled in by that Psychic, so it was a great play by the Psyduck, but the rest of Slime made sure that they were able to come back from the early weirdness of the fight and hang on there. The Blissey got taken down. They weren't able to use their Unite move. The Meowscarada had a bit of a weird play into that Buzzwole, not able to do enough damage, but that Inteleon, the consistency of that liquidation really saved them that fight, and they're going to be able to hang on to this one.
48, 159, more points inevitable. 3 members down for DFS right now. Make it a 4-piece as the Umbreon takes out the Cramorant. More Hundo Burger served fresh here for Slime here in Game 1.
Yeah, what a great game for them. I mean, they were dominant the entire time. I love to see a Meowscarada winning. I think we all do. For the girls and the gays, and maybe even the theys, Meowscarada really does it all. Otherwise, it wasn't, the most impressive Pokemon the entire game, but it did really make sure that Buzzwole was shut down, which is kind of what we predicted, right? The Buzzwole single target Pokemon. If you miss your single target move, you just kind of can't do anything, and Slime made it so that targeting anyone was going to be especially difficult.
It was just, this Buzzwole was just shut down. Not only the Meowscarada, but you also have to give the foresight of grabbing Blissey and then picking Safeguard on that Pokemon, because there are so many different times too where Buzzwole's looking for a combo play and Tish makes sure to safeguard the right target, and Buzzwole's just grabbing straws at that point. They're grabbing nobody. Yeah. No one's getting slammed into the ground, and just kind of, didn't do as much as you want. Still 5 KOs led the team, but man, they were getting shut down in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, I mean, they still were able to get a couple KOs. It's hard not to when you're a Buzzwole. You just have such a strong combo, but I think that Slime did a good job of making sure that KO number didn't increase. Let's take a look at some of these damage numbers. Liquidation and Teleon, which I doubted, by the way.
Yeah.
118,000 damage. It's just the consistency of that move set, and you know, as long as you're hitting somebody, you are doing the consistent damage. And that was a great play. And I don't know, I'll just say Xeno because I don't know how they're pronouncing what's going on in the game tag. But Xeno, in that end game fight, they wanted to take down the Buzzwole who was in the tall grass. They couldn't target them. You know, a snipe shot would have been able to, but you know that they had liquidation. They're not gonna be able to target them. But if they walk into that bush, they might get picked by the superpower smackdown combo, and then they go down instead. So they used the acrobatics at the perfect time to float right by the Buzzwole and force them to miss their combo, and then they were able to take them down. It was just a fantastic play. A lot of really cool micro stuff, I think, in that game.
Yeah, there's a lot of like really cool interactions, and I love that specifically you got to see Meowscarada and your moveset.
It was for me. Thank you, Slime. If you're here, if you're listening, thank you. I needed that. I needed that after a long week. Me cracking open a cold Meowscarada after a long week.
Cracking open a cold one.
Cracking open a flower trick at the end of the day. Just kind of what you got to do in this economy.
At 1000%. I'm not sure, you know, what we change here for DFS. I liked a lot of what they had. I think Blissey was really powerful. I think Blissey is one of those Pokemon that can really enable a composition. And it's not just like an auto win anymore. It's kind of fallen back a little bit. But I think with the rise of these ADCs starting to get back into the meta, I think that we'll probably see more and more Blissey, especially, you know, paired with a Cinderace, paired with a Greninja, or, you know, whatever other ADC that you want to see.
Ram Cinder was a little difficult, I think. The Cram did get buffed. I would like to continue to see it. I don't think that either one of those picks was a bad pick. I think together, maybe not as helpful. It wasn't like they both relied on a bit of CC that could get cleansed, and they both want to kind of play their own game and set themselves up, especially with the dive build. If the Cram was like the surf build, then it could set up the Cinderace a little bit better, but the way that they use the Hurricane and the Blaze Kick is for them to set up themselves, so they just kind of clash with each other, I feel like. If we want to do double attacker, I think there's a strong way to do that. I'm not sure if those two picks are going to be the call. Otherwise, I mean, their comp was really strong. They had a lot of really good picks there. I think the Buzzwole was shut down. If I was going to be like, okay, we need to think of something else, I would want to see something like Ceruledge, just something that doesn't get shut down by not being able to do like one combo on a single target. Not that Buzzwole's bad. It continued to do well, but a different all-rounder, Garchomp got buffed, like something that can do some area effect damage or something like that doesn't like immediately get obliterated by Safeguard.
Let's take a look at game number 2 here. Slime going to be up 1-0 in this set now, and we're going to see maybe a little bit of a different ban strategy. Blastoise getting the first ban here for Slime. But that also means that Security not going to be able to play Mimikyu. That's going to get an immediate ban from DFS, as well as this Charizard White.
Yeah, that's, some pretty much similar bans. I'm not surprised seeing the Mimikyu banned out there. That was such a strong pick for Slime in the previous game. I imagine if they were continued to play in this set, if we were to go to a game 3, I imagine we ban out that Mimikyu again. It was too dominant. The micro was too good. Play rough, just avoiding anything. It was another thing that shut down that Buzzwole, but so does mean that Slime is going to get that first pick. So they have some options. Would love to see the Blissey again. They are considering it here, but, the Psyduck, another really good first pick that they could go with too.
I think this Umbreon band too. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I love a good Crustle game.
Oh, I love Crustle. Yeah.
I think Crustle with Vanguard Bell is incredibly strong right now because now it gets that self-sustain that its kit definitely wanted and needed. So being able to crowd control your enemy team is going to enable that. So I think that's a really great pickup. It is holding an EXP share right now. So teams have started to kind of implement EXP shares back into their item pool.
Yeah, I think what I've noticed is the EXP share used a lot for Pokemon that roam and don't farm very well. You know, things like the Crustle, it can farm, it can be a carry, but if you're playing it as a defender, you want it to just kind of walk into the enemy side and see what they can do. Having an EXP share is helpful for that. I'm not sure about this Zacian. It's a good pick. I'm just not sure about it yet because of the comp, but it is strong. Does mean Miraidon is picked up by DFS Amethyst. It was banned previously, so now we're going to get to see that Miraidon that everyone was terrified of. And the Latios as well, recently buffed. Apparently, Draco Meteors are ridiculous. I guess I underestimated what the patch was really saying about this Pokemon, because this was banned too last time.
Yeah, so I'll go out and say I have been a Meteors believer even before the buffs. So in specific comps, it was incredibly powerful, and you're actually able to stack pretty high. I mean, even before, like, I was able to get 180, 190 stacks by the time the final objective shows up. So it is pretty strong. I haven't had a chance to see it since it got buffed, but yeah, I imagine the fear is reasonable and probably well deserved. Gardevoir, first time we're gonna see that tonight. I love Gardevoir. And when you have really no dive outside of this Machamp, I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, and I do like this Machamp over here, kind of what we were saying. The Buzzwole just wasn't doing it. There's still some single target elements of a submission Machamp, but it just has a little bit more control. And I think that I really do like the pivot from Amethyst with this composition, because you have 3 single stage Pokemon here. Machamp is really the only one that really needs to get to that level 9 as soon as possible, because the others are pretty strong earlier than that. So you can actually funnel a lot of experience into this Machamp. The problem, I think, is going to be the Zoroark has one of the best level 5 ganks from the central area in the entire game. Still a gold badge on it too. So I think that this could be a really, like, this is going to be the thing, if there's going to be a thing this game that could shut down this composition. Because again, you like your double attackers, cool, but then it does mean that you are just going to get jumped by the Zoroark all game.
One of the lowest win rate Pokemon in the most recent updates from Unite API. I mean, I still think this Pokemon's incredibly powerful, so we will see how it goes with this one in game number 2. Let's take it. Let's see. Slime going to be on your purple side. Amethyst going to be on your orange side. Zoroark is going to head towards that central area right after getting a nice little helping hand from this Milcery.
Gardevoir, another Pokemon that got buffed specifically to its early game, so making the attackers fit their role a little bit better. Before Gardevoir, you kind of have to send it central because it was so awful in lane. Don't know how well it's helped, but I've seen a couple Gardevoirs going around today. It does get that secure, so it looks like so far the buffs have been helping.
Focus Band popped on this little Phantump. It's going to go back towards its own side of the map, and Security kind of zoning up this top Natu family. Going to also try to damage this Machop. Headache Gauge is going to keep them away from Machop, but I believe Security got what they wanted out of that exchange.
We didn't talk too much about this Alchemy either. Another really strong pick. It's going to be difficult if you got Recover to really help out a Zoroark, but it really can pocket something like Zacian. Though it is mobile, it's also very strong and can, move back and forth and have sustained fights a little bit longer if that is the move here. Zoroark already doing a lot of damage on this Latios, but it does go down in return.
Good vision there for Security to just make sure that the Latios goes down. Saw the engagement the entire way. Headache Gauge pops at the right moment, keeping this Machoke insulated. Altaria also going to DFS, and this is going to be a Bubble Beam Duck.
Yeah, this Bubble Beam already a little bit devastating, I think, for Slime. I don't think they expected to lose 2 Pokemon in that top path fight this early, especially not their Zacian and their central area Pokemon there. And they, did get the Latios in exchange, but, I also think that's not how they wanted that fight to go. So I think that Bubble Beam is definitely doing more to them than they anticipated.
Ooh, this Miraidon dangerously low. Crustle unable to really advance too far forward. This Trevenant gonna get sussed out by this Psyshock, gonna have to retreat back to that T1. Regidrago still up for the taking. Neither team wants to go engage. They want to fight up in this top path. Zoroark's able to take out the Duck. Now this Machoke is lone up here trying to defend by themselves. Here comes the Cavalry. A little bit too late. Miraidon and the Latios a little bit too slow to respond on that one.
This is also going to be a Dragon Pulse.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
Pulse, right? There's Dragon, a bunch of stuff. Dragon Pulse on the Latios. So kind of we anticipated the Draco Meteor moveset, but instead it's going to be that sure hit Dragon Pulse. A little bit more consistent. Again, you know, we're seeing players opt for just the more consistent moves. You can still get your stacks, but I'm kind of disappointed. I wanted to see some Draco Meteor since it got buffed, but still, you know, it's pretty decent regardless.
Sweet Send actually is able to take out that Duck, so they're going to smell what that alchemy's cooking. 25 points looking to go on in, and Crustle just barely doesn't get that off. Good defend from the Trevenant. Now this Miraidon comes down to the bottom path, as well as the Duck and the Latios. Two members of Slime still hovering that T1 top side, trying to look to take that one down. Zoroark making their way down to this bottom path, while Amethyst is making a little bit of a play towards this objective. Nice little X-Scissor there, misses most of them, but Zoroark still able to clean up the trash. Double KO for them. They're going to zone out this, but Miraidon gets it, but at what cost? All of Amethyst looks like they're going down. Barely escaping is going to be this Latios. Not for long.
Yeah, great secures there, but big submission as well. Zoroark's low, they're going to go down. That was definitely a great response here for Amethyst. There was 30 points that were dropped in, but it doesn't really do that much, I don't think so, for Slime. I think they definitely wanted to get some more out of that, so it was a great response by Amethyst, and specifically that Machoke does mean that Zacian secures the objective by themselves in that top path, but neither team has really made too many advancements so far toward the other side's goal zones.
And Gardevoir just throwing out these Psychics on the bottom side of this map. Still this 2v2. Neither team really wants to yield any of their goal zones, and they haven't yet. Good play here from Zoroark. They take out that frontline Duck. Amethyst has to retreat now, as Slime is looking for their next engagement.
Yeah, this is a really interesting game, a lot more passive than we saw in game number 1 for Slime. I just don't think they've had an ability to make a really good engagement. You don't want to give that Machamp an opportunity, especially when you know that they've got a Barrage Blow in their pocket. Not right now, but not everybody needs to know that Machamp also now getting very low as all 5 members of Slime move toward that tier 1.
Good vision. Zoroark's able to catch them out in that tall grass area. Trevenant going to try to wood hammer away. Unfortunately, misses the mark. 31 points, as well as another 5 goes in for this Zoroark. Meteor's now fallen down from the sky as Miraidon joins the fight. Enhanced Charge Beam's going to take out that Crustle. Zoroark still looking to maybe pick somebody off that might step too far forward. Slime, though, still holding their own on that T1.
Yeah, the Zoroark has gotten some good KOs, but I feel like there hasn't been a definitive fight win even still. Definitely Slime got some good picks out of that moment, but only 66 points have gone in. We're over halfway through the game at this point, and it's very low scoring, fairly passive. Regieleki has spawned in that bottom path, so Zacian going to try to rip it down, but 3 members of DFS Amethyst are here to respond.
Oh, Charge Beam's going to do a lot of heavy lifting, but the Sovereign Sword slices through that Regieleki. 4 members of Amethyst now looking to siege this T1 gold zone. Here comes Zoroark. They're going to take out the Machamp immediately with that Unite move. Now this tree's pressed too far forward. They get chopped down to size in the Flux Zone. Zacian looking to pursue these 2 attackers. Going to agility in, Metal Claw just to rip through this Altaria family. Regieleki walks in, 31 in for the Zoroark. Another 37 in for the Alchemy.
Yeah, finally, we've got a goal zone break here. Slime finally starting to pull away. Machamp now. This top path big Barrage Blow. Gardevoir was completely obliterated. What Gardevoir? We barely even saw them on the screen. So Amethyst will also be able to respond. Great choice by them to just kind of move up into the top path and see what they can get out of there instead. Full power Sai, and 8 points are left on this goal zone.
Oh, poor Zoroark just getting absolutely bullied by the crowd control here. Alchemy, though, able to take out the Duck. Big Gardevoir Unite move's going to take down, not even take them down, just lower these HP bars. Now Crustle tries to make the defend, but they're a little bit too late. Here comes Zacian. Oh, into the submission. They just get absolutely pulverized. Miraidon doing a nice little lifting themselves, and Amethyst is going to just retreat and take what they got.
Yeah, unfortunately, Zacian just walked directly into the Machamp there, the submission. Or I think they walked into the second hit of Woodhammer and then submission took them. And that's kind of the difficulty with Zacian into a comp like this. I really think that Tree rounded out Amethyst's comp much better this game than what we saw previously. The Trevenant is always with the consistent CC. You can set something up. If it's not the best thing ever, if it doesn't get it done, Trevenant's tanky enough to where they can usually just walk away. But yeah, I've loved this tree so far. The question really is going to be, how does Amethyst end up taking this fight here in these last 2 minutes? How do they protect their back line? We haven't seen the Latios really do much of anything yet, but they are level 13. How do they set up their back line, get Machamp into a good position and make sure that they end up taking the ground on?
Zoroark hiding in the tall grass on the top side. You see that on the mini map. Nice little Psychic pull there from the Duck onto the Crustle, but it's not for a whole lot. Psychic from Gardevoir now is going to miss the mark. Big pull on the Gardevoir into the Horn Leash. Trevenant doing a lot of lifting there. Here comes the damage, but here comes the cake. Alchemy setting that play up. Psychic or Sayayai from the Duck is going to reduce a lot of those damage. They got a lot of damage falling on Groudon. We're going to look for a secure Miraidon from the sky, but Zoroark steals it off the back, but they go down. 2 members down, and now it's the Latios that gets a double KO. It's absolute chaos here in Thea Sky.
Slime ended up taking it with that Zoroark, but it doesn't matter. 3 members right now are down of Slime, and Crustle had to back, so they were basically a 4th member down in that moment. And now DFS Amethyst has taken the lead. Alchemy is going to get a little bit of a score. You do not want to let this Latios hit you at this point late in the game. They are definitely going to be doing a ton of damage. If they hit an Alchemy that's squishy, it's very possible that it could just get one shot. But now Slime is behind. They have an Alchemy shield. They are able to pick up some points. Crustle also has a shield here. What Unite moves can they get back? What can they scrounge up? They need a 100-point score, less than 100 points behind. They could do it here. And if they were able to, it would be because of that hero secure by that Zoroark before going down.
Okay, we have to set up one play. We have Machamp going on the backside to try to score a little bit more at the buzzer. We're going to look to go on in. Gardevoir is going to lay down the line. There it is. There's some points, but it's still not enough. 74 the other way for this Machamp. Zoroark's going to help take down 2. 10 seconds left. Do they have any scores left in them? 35 for Crustle won't go. It won't go.
No.
Gardevoir down.
No, it's not.
This is going to take it.
No! Wow, the Machamp on the backside scoring ended up being what did it for them. DFS Amethyst is going to take this game, bring us to a game number 3. You would not think that's what would happen after the previous game where Slime was so dominant, but Amethyst held on. Their composition was so much better this game, really carried by that Machamp. And for the second game in a row, we saw an engagement in the Groudon pit off of a Psychic pull on one of those backliners. In the first game, they backline, grabbed the Inteleon and pulled them in. The second game, they found the Gardevoir, and DFS Amethyst this time was ready to capitalize on it. Great fight from them. I mean, great fight from both squads, but Amethyst had the stronger end game, and they're able to pull out this win.
Yeah, insane work there. Also, like you said, amazing heads-up play from that Machamp, who's able to score that 74, which was the deal maker, I think. I'll have to double-check my math there, but either way, insane work there. Good secures all around. Yeah, I mean, you almost had that hero play from that Zoroark. Somehow, in the chaos of all those Unite moves falling, was able to secure it. I believe I thought for sure it was going to be that Miraidon. I thought I saw one final Meteor at the same time Zoroark was able to get it, but Zoroark able to get it, but got deleted. So all those shields went Amethyst's way either way. But yeah, look at the damage. 85k from this Gardevoir. Wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was definitely strong. I really liked the Gardevoir. They had a couple good Unite moves. A lot of their area effect moves were used for zoning, and they did a lot of damage. But at the end, you want to make sure that your Gardevoir is standing way back out of the way of the fight, and they got caught. They were caught by the Psyduck and then the Trevenant with incredible Horn Leech to respond. The fight kicked off. It was really strong, well played by DFS Amethyst. I really feel like they came together as a team there better. They were a little bit more cohesive in that one. So, yeah, great playing. I'm excited to see a game 3 from these teams. We saw 2 very different games, very different comps, and I think different play styles as well. So I wonder if we'll see Slime go back to some more of those comfort picks that they pulled out in game number 1, or if Amethyst will kind of continue down this road.
Yeah, I did a little bit of math. They actually didn't need the Machamp score, but it certainly made it a little bit more interesting. Not scoring could have been really interesting because I think one of those Pokemon that didn't have a shield could have just picked up and scored like 2 points, which is almost unstoppable in those moments. But yeah, insane work. We have a game 3 situation. We have Slime going to choose second pick, and Amethyst is going to choose the Kyogre maps. This is going to be our first Kyogre of the evening.
Okay, so yeah, we had Groudon twice in a row. This time we're going to switch it up a little bit. I think if Slime wants to go with some backliners like Gardevoir or like Liquidation Inteleon that they were playing, the better map would be Kyogre. You've got some tall grass to hide in and disappear to. You might not get dove as easily. Not that the Psychics from Psyduck won't still hit you, but you can, have a little bit more coverage, especially if Slime is playing a little bit more aggressively like they have been with those backliners.
I loved the Psyduck plays. That was an absolute demon Psychic. Like, not only just like hitting the Psychic on the Gardevoir, but then like the follow-up from the Trevenant with the Wood Hammer Horn Leech combo. That was just so pivotal in that moment. I think if you just let Gardevoir go there, I think Slime probably has enough in the tank to just take that entire fight because they were winning.
Well, yeah, they didn't they didn't even get the Gardevoir there. Like the Gardevoir didn't go down in that moment either, but it forced out the Alchemy Unite move because you want to make sure that they're safe. The Crustle had to quickly jump to the front line, preemptively use a Unite move. Like it puts Slime a little bit more out of whack than they expected to be. Like they didn't have control over the fight anymore in that moment. And that was like the classic, like your support and defender just carried the game moment. Like they did it themselves. They like threw Slime into disarray. And I think what Slime needs to do in this game is make sure that they are prepared for anything. They're positioned in a way that they're comfortable with. They have the vision, before they're just kind of walking and floating around in the central area. Even if you are winning the game, the tides of the game can turn at any time. And I think that we're definitely going to see that in game number 3, especially with Kyogre. So now we've got the actual tides on the map to actually visualize the metaphor that I'm trying to go with here.
I see it. I pick up what you're putting down, and I'm liking it. Yeah, you can see it in the central area. You see all those tides that Husky's been talking about, like little wave pools. Yeah, they're like wave pools. I think you're exaggerating here.
All right, fine. Mimikyu banned out first. I said they should do that, remember? In the last draft, I was like, if we go to a game 3, you should ban this Mimikyu again. So, good call. Thanks for listening to me, DFS Amethyst. And we've got the Blastoise Megachar, even though they were nerfed, they're still there. And Umbreon so far.
I think Blastoise is probably still too busted to not either ban or pick. And since you are on that second pick side, you would risk getting that Blastoise into the hands of Amethyst. And I know they have some pretty good tank players. We saw the Trevenant play in the last game. So you just don't want to be able to, want to give that Surf over to them. So good stuff here. But that does leave this Mega Lucario open. And that is going to be that first pick there for Amethyst.
I think it's interesting that Amethyst banned the Psyduck away from themselves here because Slime clearly didn't have one. When they had first pick, they didn't take it. They are going to take this Latios away, though. I think they thought that was strong enough. And we're going to go back to the Blissey. Doesn't surprise. I mean, I love the Alchemy, but it doesn't surprise me. The Blissey was really good. It's very consistent as a supporter. But I am kind of excited to see Latios being in such high priority. It is consistent. I hope maybe this time we see those Draco Meteors that everybody's talking about.
Maybe. I still think I love meteors. I think it's super fun. There are some Pokemon that it does struggle into. So we'll see. I think meteors, like if you have a composition where you're going to be kind of grouped up, it's perfect. Outside of that, when you have a little bit of dive, it's kind of tougher to go into, and Dragon Pulse just tends to be a little bit safer. Oh my goodness. I love getting to see security on the Dodrio. This is a very much a comfort pick for them. We'll see how Amethyst wants to combat it.
Yeah, this is a classic security Pokemon here. The Dodrio, likely the top path Pokemon. We saw them do that in game number 1, 2, where they sent a speedster up there. But this Meowth, our 100% win rate Pokemon from the previous Underdunk, is going to be locked in here for DFS Amethyst, which I think can also be a really solid counter to something like Dodrio because it has such good chase and it's got a ton of like the Fury swipes damage on it. And we're also bringing out this Eldegoss, always a consistent support.
Always consistent. Also holding that muscle band, so I actually really like that. In terms of being able to slow down a couple of Pokemon, I think mainly this Dodrio is going to be very pivotal. I imagine that we'll probably also see that Cotton Spore build to kind of do the same thing, prevent those diving Pokemon, specifically that Dodrio, and even that Machamp to some extent. Look at this on the Snorlax, though. We have a leftovers on it.
Yeah, okay. So a little bit more for roaming Snorlax. Likely the heavy slam block and just trying to set up this Dodrio, make sure that the Latios can get their hits. And then we're seeing the Machamp go from Amethyst's side and being a really, really good pick for them to being picked up by Slime here. I think that it's kind of meant to target that Mega Lucario. So I think what we'll see is Dodrio head to the central area, Machamp head to that top path, but I guess we'll have to see how they want to do that pathing.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of options that they do have. I think the big thing is just getting this Dodrio off to a good start. I imagine that they'll want to stack too. We'll see how it goes. Again, security on Dodrio is always a classic pick. I think could play this Pokemon into almost anything, and I think we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I really do like the Dodrio, and I love anything that can play a charging charm. You know me, but I'm gonna be watching this Meowth too. It's not often that we get a ton of speedsters, so let's see.
Let's see. Game number 3 of our round 1 action. Amethyst going to be on your purple side. Slime going to be on your orange side. And they are going to send that Dodrio into the central area.
Yeah, so getting that level 5 early, and then you can just kind of play your game. That's kind of, I guess, if I had to create a motto for Dodrio, it would just be play your game. And look at that, the new Latios. Is this the Battle Pass Hollow that just came out?
I think so.
I love it. Very cute. He is beautiful and special, and I love him. And I hope that he is happy with his current life.
Yeah, me too. I think Latios deserves it. We're going to see these speedsters line up a top path push. Dodrio gets online with that evolution. Meowth doesn't need an evolution, but they are still going to go up towards this top path holding a goal hacker. We have Dodrio immediately going on in, dishing out a little bit of a blow towards these 3 Pokemon. Evolution online. Blissey is able to get that last hit.
Goal hacker, not the item that you want to see. The safeguard coming out for Blissey again. But yeah, if you got the item roulette for Meowth, which is a really cool passive, but Goal Hacker is the one that you definitely don't want. It doesn't do anything. So I think they used it maybe for a second there. Latios, first score of the game here again. The scores just aren't coming out in this super early game, so instead we're seeing the Latios get that 14 points in, just in Teleon, trying to deal with them down in the top half.
And they are going to go with the meteors here, so I'm loving to see that. Sobel's going to try to get this last hit, but they're going to have to wait out this HP bar. More meteors falling down. Crustle joins the party. Last hit does go over to Amethyst, and we have a Drizzile. And they are Fell Stinger. Leads me to believe that we'll likely get that snipe shot.
Yes, much as you can. You just want to throw some, Oh, you just want to throw some meteors now. Sorry, Bren walked up to me and I was like, is there something going on? I'm in the middle of something. Anyway, you want to throw down meteors as much as you can. So if your team is in fights, even if they're losing them, it's good for Latios because at least they're stacking up those meteors that they're stronger in the late game. For the most part, you don't really expect Latios to do anything until that end game fight. But as long as there's moments where they can throw those meteors or get last hits, it's pretty solid for them.
Speaking of last hits, Machoke able to secure the Drago for Slime. So now the move is on. They're going to try to move about the map. Now they're going to actually try to defend their own T1 goal zone. Here comes Dodrio onto that Mega Lucario. Still does not have access to the Mega. They do have access to the Pokemon Center. Express trip down there. Eldegoss going to have to heal themselves as well as grab a couple Citrus Berries while Slime stacks up their attack rates.
Okay, but Eldegoss living there is kind of insane. They were able to get away. I don't know, the defense itself is not going particularly well, but at least they're not giving up another KO. That does mean, though, Machamp stacked up pretty well at this 7-minute mark as our objectives spawn in the top and the bottom path. They will be able to get another one, but here comes the rest of the squad to help out this Eldegoss, trying to track them down. The Safeguard comes in for the save.
Perfect safeguard timing there from Tish. And now Slime on the defend for this T1 goal zone. Registeel getting damaged heavily from the Lucario. Still no access to its Mega Evolution, but we do have a snipe shot looking for it. But it's actually Lucario stealing the steal for themselves. Machoke likely going to go down here. Do we have a snipe shot? We do. Big boom here for Amethyst. They get a KO there. Meowth is going to help take out that Latios, and 2 members down. Make it 3 down for Slime as Amethyst is going to take their advantage.
Really good response time on the Inteleon Unite move as well from Amethyst. The second that Snorlax walked into the tall grass, you pop that Unite move, make sure that you can take them down before they can do anything to disrupt your team's score there. I think that was, there's Inteleon Unite move is very strong in those moments. It kind of acts as a little bit of a support tactic there just to make sure that you can see everything. Another snipe shot will hit the Snorlax here, but not going to be enough. Slime is going to take the Regieleki, going to walk towards the tier 1.
Massive H pool for Snorlax, so that's just going to tickle him just a little bit. Regieleki trying to find its home in that T1. Here comes Meowth, met in a blender. You have to force to use their Unite move. Good block there from Snorlax to make sure that Meowth doesn't push any further. Snipe Shot's going to weave through a couple and hit that Latios, damage them heavily. Going to have to retreat back to that T1. Inteleon still looking for a snipe opportunity. Gonna find it. Gonna connect on the Blissey. More meteors falling from this Latios. Big barrage blow. It's gonna help take out 2. Lucario's gonna try to heal itself. Here comes the Aura Cannon. They go in Mega, but it's not enough.
Oh, that Mega Evolution came out way too late from that Lucario. They should have popped it the second that they saw Machamp coming in. And unfortunately, they did use it, but they went down immediately. So that does use up the Mega Gauge. 40 points from Machamp are going to go in. Doesn't give Slime the lead, but they're looking for it here. Big power nap on top of the goal zone from the Snorlax. The rest of the squad's just going to try to get out, but a huge rock tomb catches the Latios. They will be chased down. Meowth will get credit for that one.
Poor Latios, unable to escape. Not a lot of maneuver tactics with the Meteor build. Now we have Latios going to go towards that top path where that objective is. Machamp going to hang still down here. Going to look to get that Altaria. They do. Crustle getting met by 3 members. Dynamic Punch is going to help take them down. We have a Snipe Shot connecting on the Blissey. They're going to have to go backwards a little bit. Boosted autos from the Inteleon. However, they're going to Fell Stinger just away to safety. Here comes Meowth with another coin burst, and they're going to take down 1. They're going to take down 2, and now Amethyst is looking to siege this T1 goal zone.
Payday Meowth, by the way, it's another thing I've noticed. It's got the Feint Attack build and Payday, so both of the sure hit moves on this Pokemon. It's just kind of able to dash around, do some damage from a little bit of a distance, and then disrupt you with a slight bit of CC and pick up your items while it's out there. Definitely strong, but I feel like we see more so the Fury Swipes build because it's, I don't know, I guess it can rip a little bit better. I like the Fury Swipes build, personally. I like both of them. Meowth, definitely my play style. But at least from what I've seen in competitive, this is the build that is lesser used.
Mega Lucario mostly just to take off this Reg Ice on the map and rip it pretty quickly. Probably the last time that they'll be able to use it, so very wise to go ahead and take that down in that moment. It gives them a nice buff with that Reg Ice, as well as a little bit of global experience. Snorlax kind of just playing the disruptor game, getting vision for their squad, doing a whole lot of information gathering. We have 40 seconds left until our Kyogre of Game 3, and right now it is Amethyst in the driver's seat.
We've got, let's take a look at the levels. 2 level 13s on Slime. Very quietly, this Dodrio has crept their way up into that threshold that they need. Machamp has not been quiet about it. On the other side, Meowth has made its way to level 13. It's a very easy Pokemon to get experience on, but Lucario, with that Mega, would love that level 13. Almost getting that Dodrio with the snipe shot. That would have been crazy. But DFS Amethyst does have the score lead, a little less than 100 points. Lucario is going to look to get back their Mega Evolution soon. They don't have a Unite move back quite yet. But it is interesting seeing now Machamp level 14 on this Pokemon. Slime a bit behind in terms of score, and I feel like Amethyst has done great with a lot of these team fights, but the levels are definitely in Slime's advantage.
I'm going to look for an engage. Meteors from the Latios. Connects on the Crustal. Still not a whole lot of fighting during this set. Teams kind of scoping out where each other are. More Meteors. Hits a bush. Not a whole lot else.
Yeah, Snipes hit. Oh, that's a great hit there on the Latios. They are going to have to back up. DFS Amethyst is considering walking in now, knowing that a couple of Snipes have hit. But look at this. Slowly, Kyogre has been chipped by security. Dodrio has been looking for it here. Snipe goes wide. Kyogre is about at half.
About at half. Going to connect once again, this time on the Latios. More Meteors going to connect on the Crustal. Here comes Machamp with a big barrage blow onto the Meowth, into the Dodrio Unite move. Now Snorlax going to power now, try to keep them upright. 2 members down for Amethyst. Slime still holding tall. They're going to look to take the Kyogre. But no, Amethyst was actually able to steal it. Lucario able to secure it there. Security's trying to run away. Stay away from the Lucario. You still need a lot of points. They're going to steal Lucario's shield.
Wow, Lucario was able to get it, but doesn't matter. 100 points will go in. That's enough to give Slime the score lead, but we do see Latios now moving up into this top path. I think that they do have the opportunity to score that 50, or no, that's the other side. Latios is defending the goal zone there. Inteleon's the one with the shield, but Dodrio is going to come in, try to chase them down. Machamp is there. They get pincered into the rock tomb. What a rock tomb from their own teammate to pincer them in between 2 members of the enemy team. What are you doing, Crustle? Are you playing for the enemies?
Oh no, gotta get one final push here for Amethyst. They are down, but they are nowhere near those goal zones. 76 points here from Slime is gonna seal the deal, and they are gonna win this set 2-1.
Wow, 2 games in a row where they end up getting the Groudon and then losing the game. Or not Groudon. Well, one of them was Groudon. This one was Kyogre.
Yeah.
Getting the end game objective, and then they end up losing the game. Exactly 100-point differential between these 2 teams, but Slime will be able to take it home. And I guess that is the end of the Meowth reign. Not 100% win rate this week.
Nope, not anymore. That's for sure. 323, 223 going to be final. Exactly 100 points separate them. And yeah, Slime just kind of played the slow game and ended up kind of baiting out a lot of Amethyst.
Yeah, that was definitely a really solid set. I loved the way that both of these teams were playing. That third game definitely was my favorite. But I guess this means that Machamp is the one that's broken, which we've been saying. We've been saying how broken Machamp is for a long time now. But they had it. Both builds of Machamp did really well in these last 2 games. And that engagement with the barrage blow, immediately taking down Eldegoss. Your support's down, your heals are down. That was a fantastic time for Slime to engage. I also really liked the decision for security to just kind of be chipping at that Kyogre. You weren't going to get it low enough because you know that there's a snipe shot there, but enough to where you can't hide. Like DFS Amethyst wants to hide. They want to be in that tall grass in the Kyogre map. They want to keep their Inteleon safe. But by chipping down at it and being unpunished, nobody could really do anything to security, then you have to be out in the open. You have to be like, hey, no, I'm here. Stop ripping it because we're not ready to take it yet. And it was just kind of a mind game play that I liked from them.
I did too. I think it just kind of forces Inteleon to be ready And, and sometimes you're not able to, be in the right position. So kind of, either it's going to be in the tall grass or maybe you bait him out into the open area. Either way, you got some great Unite moves in tandem with each other. You had the Machamp into the Dodrio, into the Snorlax. So like everything all happened all at once. And I think Slime just kind of was on the offensive there. Obviously, they did lose the Kyogre there. Lucario obviously did the Lucario thing, hit the power up punch, but still not really, a whole lot that you can do about that. They still got the KOs. They got exactly what they needed, just enough points. They got the shields down, and yeah, I mean, well played despite, kind of the minor setback that they had.
Yeah, I mean, both teams, fantastic job in that set. Very exciting one. I think that this is going to be a really exciting meta, the way that this is going to shape up. So we've got some more games for you to check out tonight. But we are going to very quickly take a break. Since that went to 3 games, that means a lot of our other games are getting ready. So don't go very far. This won't be a long break. Grab a drink, grab a snack, perhaps a zero sugar Dr. Pepper cream soda or a zero sugar Baja Blast, and we will be back very soon.
Welcome back, trainers. We're going to go immediately into draft to get the party started. We're gonna
Let's get this party started.
In here. Yeah, don't make me sing, please.
Okay, the high note. Okay, no, I see you.
Oh, my CC going to be on your purple side. Soup's Chef, not to be confused with Soup Chef, who's on Ignorance, also playing tonight. Different person, different team. Going to be on your orange side.
Yeah, so we've already got the Miraidon Blastoise banned. We've also got Mega Charizard Y still banned and Mega Gyarados, a Pokemon we didn't see picked, neither banned in that first set that we saw. So suddenly we're prioritizing it so much that it's being banned. The other Mega as well being banned here by Soup's Chef. Oh my CC rounding it out with a Palmot pick, and first picking the Surfetch. I feel like we're in an entirely different universe right now.
I know. This is like one of the first times we're getting to see the Surfetch. I believe, I want to say that we might have seen it last Underdunk. I can't remember if it was still within the moratorium during that time, but it hasn't been picked a ton regardless, because it's kind of in a weird spot, but I still love it. And I think with the buffs, I think we're going to start to see it a little bit more and more.
Yeah, it is very strong. I actually really like Surfetch. It's kind of like a fun play style, so it's a little bit more frontline-y, kind of, but it's also like it's got some good sustain, so it's interesting. It's definitely fun to play. Slowbro Blissey, 2 pink blobs coming in from the other side. Buzzwole is going to ruin the pink blob party, so it should be sent to prison. On Oh My CC, the Psyduck coming back, unsurprisingly, and we've got a Leafeon as well.
Okay, yeah, I love Lashills, I believe, is not a one-trick Leafeon, but a very good Leafeon, so not super surprised to see that one coming out. I actually really do like it into the Mew, but I think it could potentially struggle against the Buzzwole if Buzzwole's able to hit some of their abilities, kind of throw that thing around. We're also getting to see this Dodrio once again.
Yeah, Delphox from Real Delphbot on Oh My CC. Wow, I wonder if they might really like this specific Pokemon. It's like we're picking games where they specifically are like, oh my god, Husky's casting. We're gonna play everything that she wants us to play and give her a full panic attack before she tries to go to bed tonight. But I wonder what this Delphox will look like. It's set up with 3 cooldown items, which leads me to believe we could be seeing a Flame Charge Delphox, which would be really fun. It's definitely going to shred a Slowbro and a Buzzwole. Not sure how well it can do into a Dodrio.
This patch, being like someone that loves playing attackers, this patch makes me want to like play immediately after Underdunk, just get a couple of reps in. I think attacker role, it definitely seems back enough to where like you can freely play some of these Pokemon a little bit more than in seasons past.
Yeah, as a caster of Pokemon Unite, it takes a lot for me to want to play Pokemon Unite, and this is kind of making me want to go in, pick up a Delphox game, and just like see what happens. But game number 1, it'll be an interesting one to see. I think there's a lot of things that could go wrong for both sides, so I don't know. Let's check it out.
Let's check it out. Game number 1. This is round number 2. I'll have to fire production a 3rd time to get that updated. Jeez.
When are they gonna
I don't know. We're just gonna have to fire them immediately. But yeah, this Delphox is heading to the bottom path.
Yeah, we will be seeing them trying to get to that level 6. It's another starter Pokemon first partner Pokemon that has just a difficult time in that early game, especially against something like a Mew that's online from the first second that it hits the map. It is born, and then it's immediately ready to rock and roll. But we are going to try to see this Delphox try to out-secure here against this Slowbro. A little bit difficult with that water gun, and especially how tanky it is. But look at this, doing a lot of damage to this Pokemon. Rocky Helmet does come out, as well as that Focus Band and the passive.
And Mew's going to try to get a last hit on this bunny. There's that E-ball, but another good play here. This Delphox still very low on HP, or not HP, I guess maybe a little bit on HP, but mostly on XP, still only level 3. And the top path is going very well for Soup Chef, as this Dodrio is able to take out that Leafeon. Surfetch, still a Farfetch, gonna swing that onion, but that's not a whole lot of damage right now.
That's a leek, Kyle.
It's a type of an onion.
No, it's a leek. Anyway.
Type. They're in the onion family.
Are leeks in the onion family?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true.
I'm pretty sure it's true. And if it's not true, I made it up.
Okay.
And it should.
Well, I guess you do. I guess every girl deserves to make up her own facts from time to time. We are going to have a couple points going in this bottom path for Soup's Chef. Really good start to the game for them. 92 now to 2, and they're going to start looking for invasions. Leafeon has been really countered by this Dodrio early. They just haven't been able to get online. They're level 6, but at this point, you really want them to be all over the map and dominating, and unfortunately, that is the Dodrio instead.
Yeah, Dodrio looking pretty good here. This Vaporeon trying to get a little bit of an entryway with that Hydro Pump. It is offering a little bit of crowd control, but with that Dodrio, it seems to be able to kind of skirt away from that because it kind of just stays in one direction, so Dodrio highly mobile, able to kind of avoid a lot of that. Regidrago getting damaged now. You got the Blissey trying to look for it. Now here comes Dodrio, but Leafeon is the one that takes it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be good for them. Surfetch is going to go down to the process. Big Electro Ball, but it's going to be the Surf that takes down the Leafeon. Vaporeon does have an Aqua Ring. Not going to be enough. Mew with the double KO streak. All 5 members of Soup's Chef were in the central area at the time, and they're going to pivot up into this top path. Just the Psyduck up here trying to defend. Not going to be successful, but they aren't taking damage, so I guess that's good, or at least it took them a long time to take damage, and now the Surfetch has returned.
Surfetch gonna try to swing that leak. Unable to, because Buzzwole is just bullying them right now. Leafeon's gonna pop their Unite move. Good Mystical Mirage, though, to avoid a lot of that. However, Leafeon does get the consolation prize, takes out that Slowbro. Psyduck Headache Gauge is gonna pop, and now this Delphox is dishing out some punishments with the Mystical Fire build, but Soup's Chef now gonna go in. Dodrio triple trample into the back line. Gonna steal a berry away, and Blissey's going to get 7 points on the back end, but 2 members of Oh My CC go down.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Delphox just not looking the best here. It does have a couple of good hits, and then the Dodrio can just track it to wherever it's trying to go. I think that's kind of the problem with playing something like this. That's even if it is mobile, because a Dodrio is always going to be more mobile. So even if you're playing in like an attacker that's a little bit more anti-dive than some other attackers, Dodrio still is just going to do what it's doing currently.
And there's another one. Gonna take out that Vaporeon, who's trying to get just a 5-point dunk in, try to get some of that special attack specs going. Another Unite move there. Blissful Assistance gonna give a Buddy Barrier over to the Dodrio. Gonna give the Blissful Assistance eggs to the Buzzwole. Very low HP bars on the bottom side of the screen. Buzzwole takes one and uses it as a weapon. They're gonna take 2 down. Fanciful Fireworks is gonna slow them down for the time being, but Dodrio is gonna make quick work of them as Mew picks up a double KO, and now this Regieleki's gonna reset, but Soup's Chef should have it for dinner.
Yeah, Buzzwole not afraid of the Fanciful Fireworks at all. They're just going to walk right through him. Mew with the big secure there with the Solar Beam. And so far this map is very one-sided, 195 to 39. Oh My CC just can't really seem to find their way into some of these fights. I think a lot of what their composition entails is trying to get this Leafeon online and then building your composition around that. But unfortunately, the Leafeon has not been able to get ahead. It's already taking a ton of damage here. Hasn't even done a single bit of damage to anybody, and it still goes down to an Electro Ball, and the rest of the squad is just not prepared to handle it.
Fox even tried sacrificing themselves for the cause, but just not enough crowd control to kind of avoid that Mew. And now we're going to try to push this Regieleki in, is the Dodrio, but good response here for Oh My CC to try to slow that down. They do. Triple trample once again. Here comes the Surfetch Unite move, but they immediately get deleted. Another Fanciful Fireworks to try to separate some of these Pokemon. Buzzwole going to go into the backline with their Unite move, going to punch up this Vaporeon, but now they're in a little bit of a blender. Getting healed up by that Aqua Ring is Oh My CC. They finally take down the Buzzwole, but it took 4 of them.
Well, there we go. I mean, that's that's what they needed here, right? Like you wait for a little bit of an overextension from the overconfident team, and then you just start taking KOs. It was a big 3 KO streak for the Delphox. Now they're level 12. They need that level 13, especially with the Flame Charge build. You want to get a blue buff and level 13. There's one thing I know about Delphox, my credentials. I am a gold badge on this Pokemon with mostly Flame Charge games. And if I know one thing, blue buff, never take your blue buff away. Never take a blue buff from a Flame Charge Delphox. And you also need that level 13 for infinite, to go crazy on it. We do see Dodrio, though, getting the secure up here, the Registeel on the top half.
Yeah, they're going to grab that, and now they're going to scatter about. Another Solar Beam's going to connect on a pair. Surfetch trying to go on in. Another Fanciful Fireworks. There's that Unite move. Blissey goes down. Delphox takes care of them. Emerald two-step's going to take care of the Dodrio, and just like that, oh my, CC is on the offensive. Mew going to try to retreat. They do. They do get to the Speed Flux Zone, but that's all the way that they're getting, because they're going immediately back to the Pokemon Center. Buzzwell trying to make the last stance defend here on this T1, but it's too much. Oh my, CC gets the T1 finally.
Finally got some points in for this squad. They are still behind, but now this Delphox level 14. We finally got the Leafeon online as well, and suddenly 2 good fights later, and all of that comeback experience is really doing it for Oh My CC, trying to get this Regidrago before it despawns, and it will. That was a little bit close. They almost lost it there. Vaporeon able to take that one. I don't know if they'll be able to get some points in. Everybody from Soup Chef is making their way to the bottom.
Oh, they get it. They do get both of those 40-point dunks in, so they now have the lead, albeit very small. Only about 15 points is going to separate these two teams. Buzzwell immediately going to go on in. Delphox goes on down. 5 seconds until our objective. Mew's going to get a double KO. Groudon nearing the map here, and Surfetch is looking for a way in. Immediate rip here from Soup Chef. Leafeon trying to grab some vision, trying to get a way in. Triple trample met by an Emerald two-step. Buzzwell going to go on in, and Surfetch is going to dish out a punishing blow, but the telekinesis from the Slowbro is huge. Side up is going to go down. They're in a blender, and somehow this Dodrio has stayed upright the entire fight. Groudon super low. One hero play. Delphox had a chance, but it's not gonna happen.
They do throw the Fanciful Fireworks down, but the Buzzwole is throwing them down instead. These Electro Balls from this Mew are absolutely ridiculous. I feel like they've gotten so many less hits and so many big KOs. Another 2 KO streak for them, right as I said it. And Soup's Chef, after a tough later game, they're going to be able to take that fight off the back of a weird overextension from Oh My CC. Yeah. They definitely were in the driver's seat. I feel like you don't go for that score there. They did get it. Those 240 points were helpful, but then that caused the entire team to overextend. That being said, they want to try to come back here, 381 to 209. We still got 51 seconds left.
Delphox very low, cannot afford to step in. They do step in. Oh, Buddy Barrier's not enough to save them, and now 4 members down, and Soup Chef is going to close this one out. There was a sliver of hope there. Soup Chef very wisely started the retreat, and they were able to get to safety. But yeah, Oh My CC, I agree with you there. That push on the bottom T1 might have been a little bit too late, and it ended up being kind of the death note, right? Like, they ended up losing a couple Pokemon, and that kind of forced the Delphox to step up a little bit farther to try to see if they could peel, and Soup Chef was just ready to pull the trigger at that last fight.
Yeah, I mean, you lose the Delphox there, and I think, unfortunately, the game was kind of over. That Pokemon was level 14. You know, they've got a Unite move that's really beneficial. They were kind of on, right? We saw them, like, really come alive in the second half of that game. And that comp was really built well around that Delphox, and unfortunately, losing them right before the, what was that? It was Groudon this time, right before the Groudon hits the map. Just not a great look. And Soup Chef knows that, so they're able to capitalize off of it. Holy.
Yeah.
I said the Electro Balls got some KOs. I didn't know it was 17 KOs. That is crazy work from the Mew.
Yeah, this Mew was insane. They're just like every time that one of these Pokemon on Oh My CC was trying to escape, you'd see like either an agility or a coaching into an E-ball, into a Mewsted Auto. And it was just too much damage, especially with all that mobility that they had with not only the Delphox, the Surfetch had some, the Leafeon had some mobility too. So they had plenty of peel, but just this Mew, you just could not kind of break its ankles.
Ridiculous. 17 KOs on the Mew. Remember when this Pokemon was played as a support? 106,000 damage. Also for the Delphox, though, they had even more damage, 106,000 as well. Dodrio with 102,000. Just a very brawl-heavy game. A lot of these Pokemon just dishing out tons of damage. But, I mean, yeah, absolutely, Oh My CC could have won the endgame fight, but losing that Delphox, like, that just hurts. And a good team like Soup Chef here, they know how to capitalize on that mistake.
Really did. Yeah, insane work. I also, there's also a moment there that I almost think that you probably just let your two Pokemon that were scoring, I believe it was the Psyduck and the Vaporeon that were scoring. I think even like with those Pokemon kind of on the lower level side, probably just let them get KO'd and you fight through the top side at that point with the Delphox in your carries, and you kind of try to slow it down. Because I think if they just let them go down immediately, you're probably back by Groudon, and Soup Chef doesn't feel as confident to go ahead and just rip it because you have no Delphox to deal with. What other secures were they going to have? Maybe Leafeon, maybe Surfetched, but I think you just probably put your coins with Mew getting the secure at that moment.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, if they want to go for those scores, that's totally fine, but the timers wouldn't have been as long and we did see the Psyduck get taken down there. The timer wouldn't have been as long for those Pokemon, and you just kind of have to leave the fight at that point. You know that they're down there ripping the Regieleki, so just kind of like you probably leave that fight alone. I know it's like hindsight, we're Monday morning quarterbacking it, obviously, but that's what we're supposed to do. I was gonna say that's what we're paid to do. We're not getting paid.
We're not getting paid.
We're not getting paid probably ever to do any of this. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about the Thursday night. I could be playing Pokopia, and here I am for free. Anyway, crash out over.
I almost had a crash out mid-match. I put my soda down and I knocked it over, and it spilled all over my desk. I don't know if you heard. It didn't spill a whole lot. Luckily, I picked it up, and I literally have paper towels like next to me because I am clumsy and I spill often. So it wasn't too bad, but I did lose maybe like 2 ounces of my Dr. Pepper, and it does make me sad.
That just means you're gonna have to have a third one.
Dr. Pepper.
I'm like, I want a second soda. Meanwhile, it was a large Baja Blast Zero. Like, that's like 3 or 4. Honestly,
they don't mess around. And
I go to get like a soda, and I just wanted a Baja Blast Zero today, and like I will frequent like a large Diet Coke from McDonald's, and that's $179 where I'm at. $179 for the large Diet Coke. I mean, I live in Pennsylvania. It's like a little bit more expensive for like where I used to live in Jersey. I miss the $1 any size soft drink. Anyway, I'm used to going in and just getting like a large Diet Coke, a large sweet tea for Bren, and it being like $4 or so because the sweet tea is a little bit more expensive. $2.99 for a large drink at Taco Bell. $2.99.
You've gone too far.
So I paid $7.
You've gone too
for
far.
The 2 drink. I'm like, just for a large Diet Baja Blast and a large regular Baja Blast for Bren. I was like, I probably won't go to Taco Bell often for like just a drink, because they have like great food deals. But if you want just a drink, I guess like it punishes you a little bit.
Yeah, they do punish.
Anyway.
Yeah.
We're Pokemon Unite.
We could talk about the economy of
What do you guys
Taco Bell
think
ordering?
about what do you guys think about the drink economy at fast food restaurants? Where do you normally go for just a sweet drink that you would like? Would love to know.
Yeah, I want to know. I just go to the store and I get like a bunch of these. These are, in my opinion, S tier soda. S tier.
Yeah, they are
Immediate
good.
S tier.
I didn't
They're
know
so
that there
good.
was even a zero sugar one because we used to have the just Dr. Pepper cream sodas all the time. I didn't even know that they had a zero sugar.
Oh yeah. Apparently
all
they
this
have
time.
a coconut Dr. Pepper now. Coconut cream. I have not tried it, but I've heard good things, and they have the regular and the zero, so I'm probably gonna try that one out. Did you know? I was told this from TikTok, so I know it's true. The remix, like the Coca-Cola machines, where you pick out like all your flavors and stuff. So the machine. Actually, I did think I saw this on a documentary too. The machine.
A documentary.
I watched a lot of documentaries. It was about like the surveillance state. It's not a happy story, but they take the data from how long someone's choosing a filler option, like which soda, which flavoring, and then that's how they decide like what like spin-off flavors they mass produce.
I
guess it's one of the beneficial surveillance state things that happen in life, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes sense. I also know those flavors are sugar-free. So you can, well, I guess, I can regardless, but I don't have to, if I want to get a grape Sprite Zero or a peach Fanta Zero, it's still going to be zero if I put the little flavors in them. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool. That's good to know.
Yeah, and you know what sucks? Sheets. Sheets is ass.
Right?
I miss Wawa. And it's not even like, I don't know if any of you guys in chat are like Jersey people or anything, but I used to live in Jersey and we had Wawa. And now I live in Central PA, not Philly where there is Wawa. I live in Central PA where there's not Wawa. And there's Sheets, and I'm like, oh, I'll just go to Sheets and get something from the Coca-Cola Freestyle machine. That doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Crazy. Anyway.
Let's
get into draft for game number 2. Thanks, MQL, for the raid.
Yo, MQL. Thank you. Hopefully you had a good time here. I believe you were playing. I thought I saw you enter. Hopefully it went well. But yeah, thank you for the big old raid. We're in round number 2. If you're just tuning in, we're going to have a couple bands out here. Charizard, Gyarados, the Mega versions, as well as on the opposite side, Blastoise, Blissey, the B Squad.
Yeah, the B Squad coming in. All we need is Mega Gyarados being banned. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of any other Pokemon that starts with
Mega Mewtwo Y.
And I can't. Bulbasaur. Gonna be banned instead. Psyduck being actually call me Psyduck. All right, first pick for Soup's Chef this time, considering a couple different options. I wonder if we'll see the Miraidon come out here because it seems to be heavily prioritized this evening. Instead, it looks like they probably want to switch for something. Yes, they're going to switch out. Clefable is going to be that first pick.
I would love to see a Meteor's Latios here. I think my favorite time to play Meteor's Latios is when there's an enemy Clefable, because the team's going to be kind of grouped up around the Clefable, especially when some of those HP bars get low, so it makes an easy target to land those Meteors. So I wouldn't be super surprised if OMIC pivoted that way for one of their attackers. Soup Chef, though, they're going to be confident with their Mew selection. It worked very well in game number 1. In game number 2, I imagine it'll work just as well.
Yeah, we will have the Snorlax as well. Surfetched coming back out. A pick that I definitely didn't mind, but I think it can definitely shine a little bit brighter if the comp is built with Surfetched in mind, I think a little bit more. And we'll see what they end up doing. We're considering, we've got an Umbreon coming out, and then we are going to see that Delphox again. So we've got the double EV defenders over here for OMICC. I mean, to be fair, I loved the Delphox. Like, in that late game, it ended up doing really well. It's just unfortunate that they ended up getting picked off right before the end game objective. They're going to see the Cinderace come out, as well as the Machamp. A lot of teams have been prioritizing the big Champ.
Yeah, we've seen Machamp quite a few times this evening. I think it works really well, especially when there are some of those attackers that you could kind of bypass some crowd control and get to. Instead, the gutter pick, Latchels is going to go ahead and select Ceruledge, a Pokemon that was absolutely dominating 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, I think Ceruledge is really good. I also do think that Ceruledge is picked a lot because it's good into other all-rounders. And I guess with this new patch, it's also possible that because a lot of all-rounders got nerfed, Ceruledge also just inadvertently gets nerfed. But I think it's still really strong here. It can chase down these backliners pretty well. It can also avoid a lot of the Machamp's damage by going underground with Phantom Force. So I really do like this pick. I don't know about a Buddy Barrier, but I mean, Revenant Rend is a really strong Unite move. So a little bit of a tankier. Yeah, no, they're taking it off. It's Bangle now. I was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah, Bangle definitely seems like it'll work a little bit better on that. I mean, I guess Buddy Barrier, could work, especially if you get to a low HP and then need to use that Unite move. But I think at that point, you're just better off using something else or using a better Unite move. So I do like the Bangle there, especially when there's a Clefable on the opposite side.
Yeah, the Clefable here is kind of like, that's the thing, right? And then you have the wound damage as well from Ceruledge's passive. That's also going to bother a Clefable's healing a little bit. So I think that a lot of that is going to be beneficial.
Let's get into game number 2. Soup's Chef, not to be confused with Soup Chef, is going to be on your purple side. Oh my CC, going to be on your orange side, and they are going to send that Score Bunny into the central area for Soup's Chef.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, it's not the lane Cinder that Robin requested, but it's a Cinder that's going to get online a little bit sooner. I don't think that you can send anything else realistically to the central area. The Mew needs to be in that bottom path. Great secure by the Umbreon early, though. You want to make sure that that Delphox can get as high of a level as possible, as quickly as possible.
And this Vaporeon continuously grabbing vision for these 720 Natus that are going to spawn down here in this top path. Going to put immediate damage on Surfetch. Currently, that Farfetch going to have to retreat. Low HP bar there. Now we have a Raboot towards this top path. Is going to try to push in towards them. And they're not going to get a whole lot here.
Yeah, not going to get too much. 4 points have gone in for Oh My CC, which is 1 stack, I believe. So definitely not the strongest early game start in terms of points. Oh no, Mew walking right into the Ceruledge there. They do have a light screen, but eject button is used. But the entirety of Soup's Chef has made it to the top path, 4 versus 3.
4v3s, not really able to put a whole lot of damage. Good plays by Oh My CC to kind of stay put, not overextend too far. Vaporeon's going to try to 1v1 this Raboot, as well as take away some of this Natu family away from them. Not really able to get a whole lot done, but they did stall out that Raboot from going back to their central area. Clefable going to just try to be a little bit of a pest towards them. We have 15 seconds until this Draco appears.
Yeah, I don't know if teams are necessarily looking to prioritize it super hard. I mean, I think you'd rather that Cinderace get to that level 7s, then you can start ripping through objectives a little bit easier before you start going for the Drago. But Clefable already being online is definitely good for Soup's Chef. They definitely want to make sure that they are playing together. It's really going to be helpful for Pokemon like this Mew and Machamp that are going to kind of be at the same distance when walking into a fight. Great fight for them as well. Instead, you've got Vaporeon trying to stack on the other side, while Soup Chef is finally able to get some points in.
Blaze Kick going to separate that Vaporeon. Now they're going to look to take that Regidrago, but Oh My CC able to do exactly that. We have Delphox going to try to run away. So is this Umbreon, but they're caught in a blender. Double KO for Mew as Soup Chef now makes their way towards this T1. Snorlax going to front line, provide a little bit of space there. 30 points in, 19, as well as another 3 from this Clefable. More stacks in for them. Another 26 from the Snorlax, leaving this goal zone at 9. Oh My CC has yielded up a ton of points down here.
Yeah, Soup Chef looking really solid right now. We've got 3 members now of Oh My CC down here. We do have a Delphox at level 6, but now that level 7, they do have access to the Flame Charge, but not a fanciful Fireworks to be seen as the objectives have hit the map here. Looks like we've got Regice down to the bottom path while Oh My CC trying to work that Regieleki in the top.
Good plays there from Mew. Vaporeon was hot pursuit. They were looking to Hydro Pump to secure. Unable to do so. Cinderace takes out the Delphox. Umbreon trying to hold this T1, but Snorlax is blocking the path. Going to push them into a little bit of danger. Double KO for Cinderace. Vaporeon going to be the third victim. 29 points in. And Mew is able to close at T1 goal zone. Delphox might have just walked into some danger. 4 KO streak for the Cinderace.
4 KO streak and a 36 dunk, and they're going to continue to do that damage. The Blaze Kick to get them out of dodge. But here comes the Ceruledge. They do have a Unite move, and they're going to definitely want to look for an opportunity to use it. Big dodge there. The Cinder will go down, but still, what a juke.
Sidestepped him for a moment, but still, Ceruledge, a lot of experience back their way now, evening the level field at level 10. Altaria family going to try to go down. Soup Chef in position. Big Altaria still there. Machamp looking for a submission. They're going to grab that Ceruledge, who's going to go underneath the ground. Barrage blow out. Shield stolen from this Umbreon. Snorlax going to try one final heavy slam to keep their team upright, but it's not a whole lot. Delphox full HP, taking it to him. Double KO.
Yeah, Delphox there. Huge. I mean, you just gotta capitalize off of overextensions, and that's kind of exactly what both of these teams have been doing. Oh My CC immediately comes back into it. Now Delphox is level 10, which is absolutely huge, trying to catch up to that Cinderace. Now 25 seconds left until that basement Reggie hits the map. Vaporeon looking for a score, but literally everyone is there. I don't think they expected that literally everybody would be there.
Yeah, literally everybody except for the Machamp. That's a pretty high HP pool for a Vaporeon, but when you have 4 members just chipping at you, it's going to go down really quickly. Basement Reggie Roulette here, while Oh My CC looking to push T1. Another Reg Ice with Machamp defending that T2 top side. Easy pickings here. Soup Chef grabs a second Reg Ice.
Yeah, very easy for them to grab that, but everybody from Oh My CC is up here in this top path trying to take down the Regieleki. I'm not sure, honestly, if I'm Soup Chef, if I'm going to look for a secure here. Snorlax going to consider it. They want a heavy slam, but no, it is going to be the Ceruledge. Rest of the squad is available. Snorlax is going to have to use a power nap.
Oh, big power nap. Umbreon's going to steal some shields and now go into the backline. Machamp dangerously low. They're going to get chased down. Mew also getting caught in a blend of Mucid Auto is going to get blocked by Umbreon. Forces out the Mystical Mirage. A Solar Beam's going to connect on a couple, but Delphox as well as the Umbreon going to try to push them towards that central area. Cinderace is going to be able to defend that T2 on the top side.
Yeah, they're going to be able to defend it here. Very close game in terms of the score, but we haven't quite seen either team break out fully ahead. Ooh. Now, instead, Oh My CC might be trying to do just that down in the bottom path. Machamp does big barrage blow, but it misses. It doesn't miss everybody, but it misses the opportunity to break those scores. Now, suddenly, 2 members of Oh My CC are down, and Machamp's looking for a third.
He's going to try to grab them with the submission. Umbreon's going to go hindrance resistance with that snarl, but all 5 members going to converge on them. Delphox going to try to retreat back towards that T2, not before dishing out some blows to that Mew. Now going towards this central area. Still an Altaria here, so it's a decent amount of XP that they could get from that, but I think Soup Chef's going to be happy with farming their own side of the map here.
Yeah, you just kind of want to make sure that you're getting your experience. You've got Cinderace at level 13. You want to make sure that Machamp can get there as well. Mew, not as much of a factor here. It can still do well at the lower levels, so you want to just kind of funnel experience into your carries where you can. Oh My CC, though, comes over to the other side of the map to take some of that experience away, which is definitely a good play for them. They do have the score lead by over 100 points, so that is considered a big lead for them. And they're going to want to make sure that they maintain that and they don't let Soup Chef surprise them.
They're going to go for that Regieleki in the top path, where Soup Chefs is going to pivot towards this bottom. They want this third Regi Roulette. This one is going to be the triple Reg Ice. So
wow, the elusive. The elusive triple Reg Ice. Tano would be so proud to see it. But is this going to be enough for Soup Chef? A little bit of HP recovery. But Regieleki is going to walk toward their tier 2 goal zone. They're not going to care too much about it. Instead, they're going to be poking with Cinderace. It's pretty solid here. Hydro Pump will be grabbing the Machamp a little bit, but it doesn't seem like Oh My CC is super prepared. It looks like instead they're going to try to depend on this Ceruledge to engage potentially with a big Unite move.
They're also looking for a submission onto the Delphox. Musidado is going to be avoided by that Ceruledge. Mew's now going to hit another Musidado, this time on to the Surfetch. Oh, there's that big Revenant Red's going to take out the Cinderace and the Clefable. There's that big engage that you were looking for, Husky. 3 members from Soup Chefs immediately down. Machamp going to try to run away. Mew's running away from this Umbreon, but it's going to be Oh My CC that takes the Groudon.
Wow, just obliterated the Groudon too. Machamp really couldn't do too much about it. It was a really interesting engagement there. I mean, they grabbed the Umbreon, but it was in such a weird spot that there wasn't anywhere to run after that. Where were you grabbing the Umbreon to exactly? So they couldn't get much done with that, unfortunately. But Soup Chef, I mean, there's still a minute left, and if they can take a good fight, they might be able to grab some shields. Cinderace trying to look for something. Phantom Force goes underground. Snorlax with the engagement, but they will go down. I don't know what they were doing engaging there on such low HP, but nobody from Oh My CC has gone down.
No one yet, and Machamp's going to try to run away. They're going to be able to successfully run away, but Soup Chef has still lost 2 Pokemon. Machamp going towards that T1 on the top side. That will cut into the lead, but it won't give them enough. Good avoidance there from the Cinderace, while Oh My CC looking to siege this T2. That's going to give them a little bit of a cushion here in these last 15 seconds, and they're going to even up this series.
Yeah, again, another game 3 for the evening, and Oh My CC has to be happy with the way that they played that. The end game fight was very awkward for Soup Chef. They were really banking on the Machamp, grabbing somebody with submission, and then being able to get an easy pick, but I really think it was the location. It was kind of like this weird space between the pit, like there's 2 walls there, and you kind of had the light screen up from Mew. You grabbed the Umbreon, but then you didn't really separate the Umbreon from the rest of the team. Instead, you just created an engage point for the Ceruledge, which did absolutely have a great Revenant Ren into the Surfetch Unite move as well, which I don't know what's called, but that one as well. Two lines, and both of them were good lines. So great job on your lines.
The line.
Great job doing lines tonight. Oh My CC, just a lot of momentum on those lines that you're doing over there. So good for them. Very minty fresh. What happened to their names? I don't know. They're all minty.
Lunging Leak Nova Blast. But yeah, I like your call better. They had more lines. We talked about like who has more circles or more shapes. Now we have line unite moves. Let's think about it. We have Dodrio line unite, we have Revenant Ren, we have this new one. What other line unite moves do we have?
Flame Sweep.
Oh, Flame Sweep, yep. Can we do an all line unite move? Call it the Conga comp?
Yeah. Now I need to see what else has a line unite move. So I got to think about it. Aegislash, or are we just counting moving in a line?
I think moving.
Aegislash has a line. Let's see.
I think it would have to be moving in a line. I think that would probably be.
Dark no. Delmise. Blissey, sure. But yeah, it does like area effect. Delmise does.
Oh, true. Yeah, Delmise. Yeah, that's a good one. So yeah, you could
Empoleon.
Oh, true. Sovereign Slide is a line. Yeah, we have a lot of good ones.
Yeah, we could make if anybody's down to make a line, a conga line comp, just hit me and Kyle up. We'll run it back. I hardly know our V2. Running it back.
I keep thinking about our match with nouns. We should have, we got Talon Q. We should have all just done something silly, like gone all 5 on an invade. They would not have expected it.
Yeah, we would have won if only.
If only
we went all 5
invading the Comfey. Could you imagine
invading Comfey jungle?
Imagine like Toon shows up and he's just Comfey jungling, and then you see 5 enemy Pokemon just converge on the poor little flowers. That would have been funny. I'd have enjoyed it.
Yeah, like I wish, like as much as we had such a blast doing that, like I wish we had like even more fun and we took it even less seriously.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, I think that would have been even better.
You told me no muscle band Mr. Mime.
I know, and I regret it. I was taking
Live in
myself too
4K.
seriously for some reason.
Yeah, for those
I
that
don't know
don't
why.
know, for those that don't know, I wanted to play Muscle Band Mr. Mime, and in the camera, you could see, like, during, like, between game 1 and
You
game
were, like,
2,
all excited about it, too. I,
you
like,
could
ruined your
read
life.
my lips saying, Muscle Band, I'm gonna pick Muscle Band Mr. Mime, and Husky and Bren just go, no! It was that.
I don't know, like, I don't know why I was taking... I don't know why I was taking myself seriously. Like, well, like, why? What was I doing?
I don't know. I was just a silly little guy. I just wanted to play my silly little mime. Because I had the mime. I had the mime on the stage.
Yeah, it's true. I hate Mr. Mime, and I hate the way that he looks, and I hate his face.
Well, let's get into game 3.
Yeah, fine. We'll get into game 3.
Let's go to game 3.
guess.
We got Mega Charizard Y. Blastoise likely going to get the ban too. I think just on that second pick side, you just kind of have to ban the Blastoise at some point. Otherwise, you give that over to Soup Chef.
Sorry, I drank water while you were talking. Blissey ban. We're actually banning the Vaporeon out, which is interesting. I think the Vaporeon is definitely a strong pick. Blastoise, of course, expected. In the first game, we had all the Mega Pokemon being banned out, and now we're kind of switching it up a little bit. So I wonder what Soup Chef is going to end up wanting to do. They are going to take out the final Mega ban. It doesn't mean Mega Gyarados is on the table, but I'm honestly not too sure if teams are liking it right now. Oh my CC targets 3 frontliners for their bans.
3 frontliners, and that does leave a couple. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does leave a couple things open. One main thing was I was gonna say this Mega Gyarados is up, and despite getting nerfed a little bit, I think it's still pretty powerful. And I think this might be the first time we're seeing it tonight.
Yeah, it actually is. So it makes me wonder, like, how bad the nerfs were. So I am going to be interested to watch it to see, like, were the nerfs pretty significant? Mega Gyarados was already kind of the one that I feel like not necessarily was the worst of the 3, but the one that teams just didn't really feel like playing before. So maybe that like nerf will be enough to just be like, okay, we don't need to like play it anymore. Like, because nobody wants to. Like, I don't feel like it. Okay, the Surfetch is gonna come back here. We're also gonna take away that Clefable.
Yeah, Clefable going towards the other side this time, and we are lining up this Latios. I think this would be really wise because, again, I love Latios into Clefable composition. So if they do take that away, it should be pretty powerful, and I do like that. You're also getting a nice front line with that Snorlax to kind of insulate that Latios because it does kind of need to fight at a medium range.
We're going away from the Mew, and instead we're going to bring out the Miraidon, and then Blaziken going to come out. I feel like it's just a comfortable, safe all-rounder to go with if you just want somebody, and it's also pretty good for the central area as well, because I don't imagine that we'll see a Gyarados in there. But I guess anything's possible. And then Cerulege rounding up the comp. Loved the Cerulege last game. I think that's pretty smart to bring it back.
I love the Cerulege pick. I mean, you saw how impactful that Unite move was in that Groudon fight in those last moments, just deleting the side of Soup Chef. So, yeah, we'll see how it works here in game number 2. They'll probably be a little bit less grouped up because they do not have that Clefable. So we'll see if this Cerulege can hit kind of 1 or 2 Pokemon in those big fights.
Yeah, I think it's going to be... I don't think it's going to be super hard to do. I mean, you've got the Surfetched as well, who's going to be up there dealing with that Mega Gyarados. And then you just kind of, as soon as that Mega Gyarados evolves, you just throw everything on top of it and hope you can outscrew Blaziken. I think that's one thing that is definitely missing from Oh My CC is they really have nothing to secure. And, the other side has got that Blaziken So that's a really safe method of secure if you do end up needing to go that objective route, where, I mean, regardless, having secure is always really strong. I wonder what moveset we'll see the Latios go this time. I imagine meteors, but we will see.
We will certainly see here. Game number 3, Soup Chef going to be on your purple side. Oh My CC going to be on your orange side. We are sending that Blaziken towards that central area, and it will be Ceruledge. So dueling fire types in your central area.
Yeah, the fire type centrals. Okay, yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it. I think that's going to be pretty strong. We do have now Snorlax moving down to that bottom path. I think that this is a really solid path for both sides here. So secures are just going to kind of be up to whatever happens. It looks like so far Soup's Chef has gotten the advantage.
Yeah, they got the lion's share of all that experience. Those contested Indeedis are very valuable, and you're seeing how much Eos energy they're holding. These Natu families, not as valuable, but still valuable nevertheless. And especially with this Magikarp, you want to get this thing online as fast as possible. It's nearing that halfway point on its effort gauge.
Yeah, if they can get that Combusken into a good position and try to take somebody down or snipe some of that experience, then you could set this Magikarp up for some opportunities to gain their effort gauge a little bit further. We do have Ceruledge up here. Now Snorlax has pivoted up into this top path, so we're going 4v3.
Oh, Bitterblade's going to come out. Combusken going to have to use that eject button to get back to safety. So not as much value that you would have loved to see if you're Soup Chef. And Oh My CC still on the offensive, prowling the central area, seeing if they could steal away any XP in that central area of the enemy. And look at this. Is that a Electro Drift Miraidon?
Yeah, I hate that. I don't think that's going to work well at all. But, you know, I'm also an Electro Drift hater, so I could be proven wrong, and I'm totally fine with being proven wrong. But I don't know, when you have a Crustle, what are you Electro drifting into? The wall? I'm not sure. I guess we'll see how it ends up going, which, you know, basically means that there's no backline here for Soup's Chef. Makes me wonder, did they forget to set their moves?
I wonder. There's always that possibility. I didn't see what items that they were wearing, but we'll see how it goes here. Big Heavy Slam is only going to go and grab that Crustle, but here comes the Ceruledge. They're going to slice through that fellow Paldean Pokemon. And now they're going to try to go for this Regidrago. Crustle going down, and that is a big KO for this Latios, as well as some Eon stacks.
Yeah, Oh My CC looking like a whole different team in game number 3. Big dunks here, leaving that goal zone at 1 point, setting them up for a huge potential overcap later, or just an easy dunk and break for some positional advantage or a couple stacks. We do see, though, Mega Gyarados has gotten online to a regular Gyarados, but it is level 6, now level 7, trying to get some experience up here.
And this Gyarados going to try to steal away some of this Natu family, but good response from the Surfetch, who's nearing their level 7. And Ceruledge actually going to steal away a buff away from Soup Chef, now make their way towards this top path. Soup Chef going to focus their attention on this Registeel, already nearing half, so they're going to try to get that, while the Crustle is doing a fantastic job of zoning. Miraidon, Electro Drift is going to secure the steal for Soup Chef.
So objectives traded here. Oh My CC is going to get that Regieleki. Emran's going to let it walk in, and they're just going to dunk in some points, leaving at 10 in that top path. So Oh My CC has a very solid lead, leaving both of their goal zones very low and at prime opportunity for overcaps. Soup Chef has made their way into the bottom path. They're still just kind of hanging out here, neither team ready for a push.
Not ready just yet, still leaving that goal zone on 1. We are going to be Dragon Pulse, so they're going to work those boosted autos into their Eon Stack Conquest. And nice little overheat there, undercharged, but doesn't hit a whole lot. Ceruledge in the central area able to take out that Miraidon. Now they're going to make their way down towards this bottom, see if they can maybe break this T1 goal zone, but 3 members of Soup Chefs are all there.
It's moments like this that you realize just how valuable Clefable can be for a team, because even when you get this poke, you know, Rock Tomb comes out, you just kind of walk near Clefable. They'll take care of you. They'll make it all better. I mean, they do have Umbreon, but, you know, how good is it really? Big Eon Blast here, but right into the Moonlight Prance. What a Revenant Rend there. That's a line.
That is a line right there, perfectly drawn up by Oh My CC, as well as this perfect overcap, 39 points. They're going to break that one. Another 32 points will go in from the Snorlax, as well as another stack, 11 points from this Clefable. And just like that, Oh My CC extending their lead with both sets of objectives coming up soon.
Yeah, they're doing really well right now. 242 to 119, but there's Miraidon stationed looking for this Latios. A really good engagement on them. There's really nothing they can do. They reuse an eject button and everything. I don't know if they forgot what Electro Drift does, but yeah, you can't use an eject button, unfortunately, unless it's the exact perfect time after the Electro Drift has already started. But they will be going down. Great pick there for Soup's Chef. Just lined it up really well. We do see a great block from the Snorlax here to get Ceruledge out of this situation, but we do have an objective now down the bottom path. Regirock has arrived.
4 members of Soup Chef immediately going to put damage on it. Snorlax looking for an engage, looking for a heavy slam, found the angle. There they go. Underwater goes Gyarados, Dragon Current up. Surfetch gets a buddy barrier. We're looking for secures now. Crustle. Soup Chef's able to grab that one. Ceruledge going to get absolutely obliterated from this Crustle. And this Clefable, despite all the healing, that's a whole lot of healing that can't happen when you're back in the Pokemon Center. Double KO for Mega Gyarados as they're going to scurry on back to this tall grass to try to get to safety.
Yeah, Gyarados very low. I mean, you see it with the Latios there. They just wanted to chase. Like, they were like, oh, if I could just get in range. But they also know Crustle's around. They've got a couple other Pokemon that could easily take them down, and it's not worth it at that point. But I can say I've made that mistake multiple times. Regieleki in the top path. Soup's Chef is heading up there, while it looks like Oh My CC instead is making their way just to farm their own experience. Potentially Ceruledge looking for a steal here.
Oh, Gyarados, though, able to secure it. Revenant Ren comes out, but 1v2, not able to get the KO there. Eject button bird from this Blaziken. They're going to push the Ceruledge into danger. Overheats out. Overheat's going to take out the dueling fire type as Regieleki almost walks into that T2 on the backside.
Yeah, luckily Oh My CC able to respond, and just like that, the game has flipped on its head, and Soup's Chef seems to be controlling the vibe right now. We got 4 members pushing down into this bottom path. They're looking to disintegrate this score differential, but here comes the rest of the cavalry.
Yeah, Overheat's going to grab that Snorlax. Ceruledge going to try to defend, but 5 members going to make that a difficult task. Latio's going to try to work the Eon stacks up, and already... obviously, we don't have a counter on it, but it looks like it's dishing out a lot of damage.
Yeah, it seems to be doing pretty well. Soup's Chef still behind in points here with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock, so 30 seconds left until... What do we have? Is it Kyogre again? I can't even tell from over here.
I think it was
Is it Kyogre?
I thought it was Groudon.
I don't know. It's one of them. It's not Ray.
Yeah.
So it's Groudon. Yeah, I see it in the top corner. It's so when Groudon hits the map in a couple seconds, took me a full 20 seconds to figure out which map we were on, and my entire point is now not valid anymore. Now it's here, and the end game has begun. Oh My CC still in the score lead, but Soup Chef has been clawing away at it the entire time. Great hit of a Dragon Pulse there from the Latios, and looks like this fight might be starting in this bottom side.
Good gravity there from Clef to try to avoid some of the Gyarados damage. Unite move from Crustle. Here comes the Dragon Current. Another gravity glazed down, but Oh My CC has got the moves. They're going to take out 2. The Revenant Ren was perfect, but they get countered. Now it's 4 members down for Oh My CC. This Latios is dishing out punishment, and that is a double KO for Snorlax. They have cleaned up Soup Chef. They're making their way to their Groudon, but do they have enough damage?
Wow, the Revenant Red may have just saved the game for Oh My CC, but unfortunately, both of those Pokemon that have the potential to rip an objective were not there. But still, it doesn't look like Miraidon went towards the objective. They might be looking to defend instead. Latios, though, will catch them. They will catch an Altaria, and they know exactly where that Miraidon is, and they go down. That's why you don't pick Electro Drift. And now the squad moving in to look to secure a bigger score lead here. 45 seconds left. Oh My CC is in the leads. They really don't technically need to push, but the game is pretty close. They could use a little bit of insurance money.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for a bit of insurance here. Overheat's going to go from the bush onto the Snorlax, but still a almost full HP bar. It's going to make this very difficult. Gyarados immediately eviscerated. More meteors, a Dragon Pulse coming out from this Latios in the back line, and the punishing blow from the leak here. A Soup Chef, they're going to get gobbled up. Oh my CC, going to take this one 2-1.
Wow, oh my CC, what a moment for them in that end game. The Latios with a ton of damage into a huge Revenant Ren. I felt like they were losing that fight, but the Revenant Ren came in, stunned up the Mega Gyarados, and they just took enough damage to be able to be taken down by that Latios afterwards. And what a fight from them. I mean, you lose the Ceruledge and you lose the Sirfetch'd there, but then you end up winning the war, I guess. Those were the battles. Overall, it was the war. And then this was the match, and this is the game. And this is Pokemon Unite, where there is one winner and one loser of every game. No ties.
Imagine if there were ties. That'd be crazy. Remember when there was a tie at what was it, the regional finals? That was insane.
Oh my god. That was so cool. Unreal. I feel like a lot of times we do get these like super close games that are so much fun to watch competitively. Like where, it's like, oh, it's, whoever gets the objective like wins the game. And like, yeah, that does happen. But I feel like a lot of times we do end up with these like, wait, was it enough? Like at the end, which is always really fun. Anyway, 769, 241, your final score. Look at that. I'm not surprised to see those damage numbers on that Latios.
I love Latios. I want to see more Shedinja Doll Latios. I know it's not the battle item of choice for a lot of people. I think it's still very fun, but either way, looked fantastic. 102k damage dealt, only took 21, and yeah, I don't know. I felt like it does make me wonder if Merida meant to pick Charge Beam and just it didn't have it selected. But yeah, very, very unfortunate. I thought Soup Chef played a very good game. It just kind of came apart there at that end.
Yeah, I mean, like, what does Electro Drift do into Gravity Clefable? It seemed like that had to have been a mistake, especially because you already have two but you have two brawlers, and yeah, I don't know. Regardless, I mean, they played it well. They had a couple really good engagements, but unfortunately not enough to take this set. After a really strong game number one, Oh My CC finds their way back into the set and will take it 2-1. Now we've seen 2 3-game sets. Can we keep it going for the remaining 2 that we'll see on broadcast tonight? It won't be with me because I'm going to bed.
Okay. Oh. 1 second. We pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. Fire production for a 4th time.
Or just get that guy out of here.
Get that guy out of here. But alrighty, yeah, that's gonna end us for these first 2 sets. Husky's gonna say good night, and I'm gonna hang out in the background to handle the rest of the production. Husky, any final thoughts as we end our portion of Underdunk?
Well, Mister is quite eepy as well, as you can see. He's eeping right here. He just had his dark dinner. His second dinner of the evening. I think it's a really interesting meta that we're going to be shaping up for. Not sure if we've quite seen the shakeup in the meta that I think some of us have expected, but we've got a lot to learn still about this patch. And yeah, for those of you who are hanging out, thanks for hanging out while you're playing Pokopia.
All right. Well, we will see you very soon. Yeah, that's it. We'll see you very soon. On the other side, we have rounds 3 and 4. Hyde and Delphi are going to take you home with those sets. And we'll be back after a very, very short break. And we'll see you soon.
Whoa, we're back, trainers. How you doing tonight? It's your boy, JohnathanHyde. Come once more into the Underdunk's late night hour. That's right, but I'm not alone. This time I'm joined by the one, the only, the illustrious Delphi. How you doing, Delphi?
Hello. It's so good to be here. I'm doing really well. Yeah, I'm super excited to see what Underdunk is about on the other side.
Yeah, on the other side, on the dark side here, we get Sableyes. No, Hyde just gets denied on Sableyes all the time. We get teased and tormented a bit. Some people hover it, some people don't choose it, but we do see a lot of unique picks. I mean, game number 1 today, we got to see Meowscarada. No buffs, no nerfs. It was just like, you know what? Let's bring it in.
And then with the games later, we're seeing Delphox. I haven't played with the new patch, but I'm seeing so many attackers, and like all of these picks that weren't previously played before are now coming to light, and that's really interesting to see with the new patch that came out. What was it? Yesterday? Last night? I don't know, but I haven't played yet, but like things are looking really good. So it's really cool to see people introducing these new characters into play.
Yeah, we got massive buffs on attackers across the board. Gardevoir, Greninja, Cinderace, Latios, Cramorant got some buffs too. We love to see it. We get to see a little bit of all-rounder action. Garchomp got a little rework. Sirfetch'd got a few buffs there. Overall, though, very good balance patch, especially since the Kings in the Mega Universe got demolished. Mega Charizard Y, Mega Gyarados, they got hit with some nerfs, they got hit with some debuffs, but more importantly, their duration on the Mega Evolution was shortened by 5 seconds each. That's important, Delphi.
This is so important, though. These characters have been dominating the meta for like as long as I can remember, and you know what? We don't even have enough bans to be able to counteract these things. All these nerfs are so warranted. Like, I'm telling you, like, this is now the time for pressing Cinderace to now finally get his memento back into the game. And Greninja, that one was a really cool buff to see.
All right. Now, since you're new here, Hyde loves to see Sableyes. Husky likes to bring up the Meowscaradas. What does Delphi want to see from the teams tonight? What's a Pokemon that you're like, they have to bring out and you'll make me happy?
I'm trying to see some Mew gameplay, man. That's what I'm telling you. They got too many Mews. I love Mew. And you know what? When I was watching like the Mew gameplay from the previous games here, I was just, that was very heartwarming. Very, very heartwarming. Incredible.
Oh, yeah. 17 KOs, 100.
That was insane.
Damage.
Absolutely insane.
That was
beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. All right, guys. Sableye Mew duo. That is the ultimate caster dream tonight. Bring it in, teams. We got 2 more sets to go. You can make the dream work happen for old Hyde and old Delphi there. But let's get into the draft here, Delphi. We got Team Outrage versus CC Yellow.
All right. Let's see who we are banning. Looks like we have Umbreon on the Team Outrage and Hoopa on Team CC. Hoopa, I remember, used to get banned quite frequently back in the day. It's interesting to see the Hoopa bans be brought back to life.
Yeah, Hoopa has been a very powerful supporter there. You got Trick Hoopa with the Shadow Ball, very strong into a lot of special attackers, especially with some special attackers getting buffed in the recent patch there. Very dangerous Pokemon. But then you gotta round out, you gotta get rid of Blastoise, gotta get Mega Charizard Y, the staple bans. These guys just ain't gonna see no more play. But the Talonflame, the Sirfetch'd, both these guys are like, we're anti-bird.
Yep, and let's see what they're picking here for a first pick. Okay. We are hovering the Mega Gyarados on the left side here, and it looks like, we're locking in Mega Lucario. That is a very good pick. I'm not sure how it is now with the new with the new nerfs, but it's always been pretty good. So it'll be really interesting to see what the Team CC picks into that.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Gyarados up. We decided I'll opt out for it. I guess the nerfs on Gyarados we're not going to take the risk for. Mega Lucario, very strong brawler there. But we have CC Yellow with Genma Sage pulling in the Crustle. one of the strongest defenders right now, and Gorilla Glue on Machamp, a really good CC engager. CC Yellow's looking to live up to their name, Delphi.
Yes, they are, but let's see how they face into the pick of Psyduck and what else are we choosing here? Mamoswine. Those two mons have a lot of CC. Let's see how Machamp fares against that.
Mamoswine, very dangerous Pokemon, can set up a lot of great picks with Ice Fang. Got great engagement with that Earthquake there. Harrow hovering the Snorlax there, hasn't quite locked it in. Says, you know what? If you got the Earthquake, I got the Heavy Slam. Let's go bulk for bulk as Tap brings in Mimikyu.
Yes, they do. On the left side here, it looks like, okay, Miraidon's always been a very good attacker to pick. For the last several years, it's got that dive and it's got the long range charge beam attack. So that will be pretty good into, I guess, into the right team with that poke, but there is that flexibility. And Serena.
Umbreon's going to be locking in that Inteleon as well. What a strong attacker already. If we do go into the snipe shot, which I think we will see there, Delphi, that is going to be a lot of damage output against the side of Team Outrage there. You're going to see a lot of damage chunks, and with no healer on them, I don't even think Miraidon or even the Serena could make that much of a difference unless they dive it.
I was thinking the same thing, but we also have the same problem for the other hand too, for the other team as well. Like we have the if the Miraidon goes that charge beam move, we do have some of that poke back for Team CC Yellow, again, who also has no healers.
Oh, that is true too. Miraidon able to absolutely put that out. Maybe Red Outrage looking to embody the power of the Red Ranger, hoping to bring in the power of their background into this fight there. A lot of good damage as well with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, with a charge beam on the Miraidon to help get that distance there. But listen, we have seen some crazy movesets, not a whole lot, some. So, you know what? Maybe Red Outrage will like to surprise us a little bit, bring in Electro Drift,
Ooh, maybe. Only time will tell. All right, this will be very exciting to see what moveset the Miraidon goes.
All right, here we go. Game number 1. Team Outrage, your purple team. CC Yellow, your orange team. And it looks like already we're going to be sending Serena into that central path against the Mimikyu there. So these are going to be some very strong lanes to go into. The Piloswine down into that Miraidon there. We got Snorlax and Machop into the top there. I do not envy being in these lanes, and that's why I love casting.
That is so true and so heard. The Serena jungle is a very interesting choice to see, especially because he's normally played top lane. So, but that first gank will be pretty rough for Team CC if they're not expecting that. Although they probably know that now. We got a flash out on Lucario here, and Machop getting one of the bees and.
Yeah, those
Snorlax
getting
the other one. Oh, yeah, sorry, bees, birds. They're still bees for me, man.
That's all right. Teams are now going in for the engage. We're 10 seconds away from the 850 Altaria Swablu spawn-ins. Both teams are now into the top with their central laners there. So, going to be interesting to see how they're going to take this engagement, Delphi.
All right, let's see. We got both junglers top lane here. Okay, we got we got a little skirmish breaking out. Mimikyu kind of going in. No. They're just trying to contest the bees, and they're leaving it at that. Mimikyu might be going for an invade here. We'll see. Or maybe he's just going for the Xatu's mid. Nope, he's just going for those Xatus. Okay, we got a skirmish on top.
Yeah, good old
but everyone is
there.
getting out safe.
Team Outrage doing a great defense there as well. We have Psyduck into the Lucario there as well. We have the Machop into Snorlax at the top there as well. 15 seconds, though, until Regidrago hits the field because this map is Kyogre, folks. That means we got blue buffs galore, and as you haven't noticed, we got lots of bushes to hide in. Nice place for Serena to get an early pick.
Okay, well, we finally have a Machoke on top lane. Oh, and he is submission. Looks like they're going to get that Lucario, but he gets out. It was kind of tough for the Machop there with the constant CC and the early pressure from Lucario, but CC Yellow is holding their own on top.
We do see Team Outrage grabbing the Regidrago. That's going to be an increased score speed for the side of them. CC Yellow going into the top. Is Machoke alone, though?
Oh, good flash. Wait, does he get out?
Taken
Okay.
down! Huge points in for the side of Outrage as CC Yellow's looking to dominate the bottom.
Yeah, Lucario's able to get his stacks there, but now we have the jungler on bot lane. Okay, it looks, yeah, they just got their bees and now they are out.
Lucario, nice grab there on the Altaria. They're going for tit for tat. They're tiptoeing, they're prancing, they're dancing. They're making sure that they stay defensive there while trying to secure as much as they can. They're level 8, one level away from their level 9. Close combat coming out. Takes down the Machoke. It's only Snorlax left alone.
Yep, that was a very good punch from the Lucario there. But yeah, it's just the level difference that they have. The level 8 Lucario over the level 6 Machop. Even with the help of the Snorlax, it's just not feasible for them there. So, okay, now we... yeah, looks like they're... Oh yeah, go ahead.
No worries. Lane objectives are in the lane. They're 30 seconds in. They're both asking, hey, what's going on? Where is the other guy there? That's Regilecki sitting at the top being like, guys, I'm an objective too. Can I get a little love? Can I get some attention? What's going on up here? But CC Yellow says, you know what? We're going to make sure you get that, Delphi, because here we go.
Exactly. That's what they're doing. They're now hitting, Team CC is now hitting that objective, and we got, nice steal from the Serena there. The Inteleon was on cooldown with a snipe shot, which allowed the Serena to go in there and last hit snag it. Looks like Team Outrage is now pushing that in, and they have their ults, so they have that pressure where they can just get that lucky in there.
Huge points now coming in for the side of Outrage. 133 to big old Goose Egg. CC Yellow is able to keep pace with the levels being only slightly behind, but they're not able to get onto the scoreboard. No attack weight stacks, no cookie stacks, no special attacks spec stacks if you're crazy enough to run something like that. But Mamoswine Snorlax already getting caught out in the middle here, Delphi.
Yep. Maybe this is a chance for Team CC Yellow to get a pick. It looks like, oh, he's going for the wall, but no. Unfortunately, this is not their chance to get that comeback XP. But we have 4 bots, so maybe Team CCL is looking to make a play here with their advantage of numbers.
10 seconds until the second Reggie Roulette spawns in. If they're able to take it within the next 55 seconds, that is going to allow for another one to spawn in. The Mamoswine gets picked up, and Snorlax is able to interrupt it. The Crustle comes in with a clutch X scissor, but there we go. Serena dives in, takes down that Snorlax, and boom! The Mammoth Mask comes out. There's your Spy Visions here, but there goes the Aura Cannon as Mega Lucario hits the field.
Yes, we saw that Intel ult, and he was doing damage numbers to the blue team. However, it's just not enough. Oh, but maybe we're getting some comeback XP with a Mimikyu ult on that Mamoswine there. Now Team CC is looking to get that bottom objective. Will they be able to get it? The Serena has ult, and it looks like they're just going to give it and defend it on pad. They do have those ultis there on the left side, which will give them that defensive ability should Team CC Yellow choose to push with their Regirock buff with the extra defense there.
Huge KO on the Machamp as it's now spawning in, trying to get down. Snorlax doing a great job holding the line. Power Nap comes out there, able to get a huge hit from the Inteleon on the side.
Good hit on the
They
Inteleon
are
there.
feeling that. They're like, whoo, is it getting hot in here? Because I'm feeling a little roasted.
Yep, we are seeing very good damage from the Inteleon snipe shots there. He is hitting those small hitbox attacks, and he is hitting them, but they're just so tanky on the left side there that they're just able to go heal back on that pad. Oh, we're seeing it push on the top pad, but Team Outrage is able to mitigate that. And Mimikyu, is able to go back in. We see it tag on the Shadow Sneak. But he's not taking it.
No,
yeah, on the side. But nah, he left it, which is fair. That's fair. That's a 1v3.
Exactly. Mimikyu just said, you know what? Let me get out of there. I don't need to.
Yeah, exactly.
Meanwhile, that
Exactly.
Regieleki's now barreling towards the T2 pad. Regidrago up here for the final time on the map here right before Groudon spawns in. 45 seconds until that guy comes in and says, uh-oh, let's see what's going to happen there. Meanwhile, look at the points there, Delphi. 133 to 35. Team Outrage is keeping the pace and keeping the lead. Team Yellow CC only has 2 stacks on the Machamp. Mimikyu doesn't have anything in the pocket there. Crustal's not able to get any scores in, but Mimikyu's going for a 50 cap up into the top.
That's true. That does put them a little bit closer to balance out that scoreboard. If that and does help with levels a little bit. Now Team CC Yellow is not as behind in levels. This is going to be a very close battle. They can choose to make it Ray fight here at the spot objective. Should Team CC Yellow come in and choose to engage with them, we might be seeing an early Ray fight. But we see Machamp maybe clearing jungle. I think they're just taking an early positioning, which gives them the upper hand if Team Outrage walks into them unknowingly.
We have the Thunder already out scouting there. We have a hit from the Inteleon onto the Mammoth Swine, but the pick onto the Crustal. Crustal comes in, there goes the Aura Cannon. The Rubble Rouser into the Mammoth Mash. Mimikyu is taken down with the Unite move in the pocket. Power Nut comes out with the shielding coming through, but it's not going to be enough as another member, Machamp, falls, but so does Psyduck. 3v2 situation there. Now it's a 4v1, and now it's a 4v1 on Kyogre as CC Yellow has been demolished.
That was just insane. This Inteleon was getting really good hits there, and it did look really good for Team CC Yellow there for a second, but there was just too much burst damage from the Team Outrage that they were able to go in and dive that back line and just take them out one by one, and there was just no more protection for that Inteleon to keep dishing out that damage.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go, though. Both teams now are looking to try to get picks there. We have the buff here from the Kyogre, the blessing, so to speak, in the hands of Team Outrage. They haven't gone really to score beyond one score so far, so CC Yellow still has an opportunity to get back into this. 45 seconds to go, but Lucario's up in the top there. They could go for a quick cheeky score into the top, but they're slowly going to be regrouping. They're not taking the jump pad. They're running down the flex zone the long way, but CC Yellow's not able to find a way in. Snipe Shot's coming through. The first KO on the Crustal, but that's against CC Yellow. Now we go to Snorlax as Team Outrage is outraged at the audacity that they had to come to their T1 pad.
They did try. All they knew all they needed to do was maybe get one of those shields to allow them to have that rebound and get them back into the game and maybe have some sort of miracle. But the healing is just too much from the Kyogre shields and healing that it just wasn't enough.
Not enough indeed. Team Outrage looking really strong this game, number one. That Serena was coming in, picking up a lot of good KOs, a lot of good secures as well. Putting that into the central path there was a very smart decision to do because one of the Pokemon to target on the side of Team Outrage would have been that Serena. Lucario doesn't have to worry about an evolution to hit its power spike, so it's not able to get Evo locked there. So that was a really smart pivot from Team Outrage.
Correct. And it was able to get that early game lead on the Lucario there as well on the top lane with that big level lead early in the game.
Absolutely. But CC Yellow had strong lanes. Again, they had the Machop into the Snorlax there. They were able to start securing the Inteleon into the Crustal, into the bot side as well. Very strong lane there, but the Miraidon, such strong secures as well. 8 KOs and 14 assists on Cog. So Red Outrage may have got the final hits there, but Cog and Outrage Rev in the bottom there with 9 assists were definitely a part of every engagement and one of the reasons why that Outrage was able to come out on top.
Absolutely. And just look at those numbers too. We see so much poke coming from the Miraidon with 88k done and only 14k taken. It was very hard for the Machamp to get in there. Same with the Mimikyu because there's just so much like burst and frontline from Team Outrage there. But again, conversely, we see big damage from CC Yellow's Inteleon, who did have that distance where he was able to get those pokes on the left team, but there's just unfortunately not enough damage and too much sustain and health on the other team.
No, definitely not enough damage there. Going into game number 2, CC Yellow has got to make some pivots. They got to be maybe a little bit more aggressive. Some strategies that we have seen fallen off on a lot of teams. 4-man the top lane. I mean, that would have been great. I mean, they still only have a Steamy coming in on the gank there. You have a Mimikyu. Rotate your Inteleon on. Whether it's a Drizzile or a Sobble, it's got one of the strongest secures on whether it's a wild Pokemon or an opposing player.
And even with that nerfed crit ability on the Sobble, or the I don't know the second Evo, but like on the Sobble, on the Inteleon line, even with that nerfed crit ability, it still gives out that incredible last hit on, like you said, either the on the opposing Pokemon or on the farm, which makes it so oppressive in lane.
I also want to take a look at some of the supporters too, because I mean, we saw some Psyduck there that got brought in, and then we saw Hoopa get banned out. Not a single healer brought in. Eldegoss, Blissey, Alcremie, all left on the table there. Even a little bit of Latias there, which has, it's more self-healing, but still some healing, still some sustain. Wow, can Hyde talk tonight? Apparently not, but still a little bit more sustain onto that supporter as well. So that could be an option to do, because again, they got a lot of CC support, and if you're able to provide heals in the middle of a battle like that to help counter some long-range Pokemon, that actually helps you in the long run. It means you're able to be a little bit more brazen, get a little bit more bravery into your plays.
Absolutely, and healing is also just so broken on this map, and it provides that clutch saving. It's able to save the backline, like when it's being dove on by a Serena or a Machamp or a Lucario. It is able to add that extra protection, because yes, CC is good for peeling for that backline, but with such frail health bars, it's just not enough. That maybe some healing could have led to a different outcome for Team CC Yellow.
Well, CC Yellow's definitely taking a different approach. They're taking first pick on this one here, and we're going back to Kyogre. Psyduck's going to come out as ban number 1, followed by the usual suspects, Blastoise, Mega Char-Y, but now the ball's in Team Outrage's court to try to ban something else.
Okay, the Farfetch'd is a valid ban. Let's see what the last one is going to be. Yeah, even with the nerfs, it looks like Blastoise is still an oppressive Pokemon, still seeing so many Blastoise bans, even though it got a big nerf on its surf and its shielding effect.
And a Unite move cooldown.
And its new Unite move cooldown, yes.
And yeah, harder to charge there, but CC Yellow sticking with the Psyduck ban. And we're going to be sticking with the Talonflame. So there are no ban changes coming out from game number 1, except bringing in that Psyduck there. That does mean they are going to be able to give up another Pokemon that they didn't necessarily want to see, but I mean, hey, you got first pick, which means Crustle, Suicune, or Gorilla Glue locking on the Mega Lucario. Yep.
All right. Now, what are we going to see from the Team Outrage? Oh, we have Umbreon and, oh my goodness, I do not recognize that art.
That is a Zacian.
That's a Zacian. That's a Zacian? Okay, well, you know what? I've been enlightened. Zacian is also a very good top laner that will be able to match that early pressure game given from Lucario. So this will be they'll be able to match that early game pressure on top lane with the Zacian pick.
Nice bulk here from the side of CC Yellow, living up to the game once more. Genma Sage bringing in that Vaporeon Harrow, bringing in the Trevenant, running Vanguard Bell on both, which means I believe this Vaporeon is going to be a flip turn. That's going to be a lot of very annoying sound effects coming out for Team Outrage.
Very much so, but even still, these are two very tanky Pokemons, with Vaporeon also being able to act as a pseudo support. So they are going to have that frontline sustain and just lots of disruption that their Team Outrage will probably struggle against. There's just so much that Trev and Vaporeon can do together.
Absolutely, and when you pair that up along with the Machamp, with that Umbreon, with that Leafeon there, That is going to allow for some great damage. Some more great picks there from the side of CC Yellow. Barrage Blow, a great Unite move. We have that Mew coming in on
We have the
Red,
Mew. We
Delphi.
have the Mew. Oh, today is a good day. The Mew is going to be able to, yeah. The damage, it's going to have to keep up with its level scaling to be able to make damage with the Trevenant and the Vaporeon there, but with the scaling, I expect to see some very cool things. Well, not expect. You know, the game is going to be as it should be, and I know that it's going to be played out well.
Yeah,
but
no,
we also
No, I'm excited to see how the side of Outrage is going to handle this, because we got two frontliners that do great job. Mimikyu is able to dive into the back there to wherever it needs to go, and then able to bounce away out. But Zacian able to exert a lot of great pressure. Umbreon Eldegoss puts down a lot of great support. And all of the four of them together provide a great wall for the Mew. So going into CC Yellow, they have no range. They got no way to just out or out heal the side of Team Outrage unless they use the Vaporeon or the Trevenant to just kind of body block those shots.
Exactly. Yeah, like you said just now, they don't have that range that can be able to deal with the Mew on the other side, which is one of the most slippery attackers in the game.
Well, here we go. Game number 2 in round 3 here. CC Yellow now being your purple team. Team Outrage, your orange team, also in match point position. Leafeon Mimikyu going to be duking it out in that central path.
All right, this is going to be very interesting to see on the top lane. We have high early game pressure from Team Outrage with the constant A-press on the Eldegoss there, and the Zacian just absolutely slicing down that Trevenant. They're going to contest that, and yep, Team Outrage.
All those wild Pokemon are gone. We have the Leafeon already up on the top for the quick early engage. They're trying to look for something, but the Zacian goes in. Huge grab there, but not able to secure the KO.
Now that was very
close.
Caught
themselves. Mimikyu in the top though, and we're now 15 seconds away from those 850 birds, Delphi.
That was very cool to see. I don't remember the last time I've seen a level 4 gank, but they almost had Team Outrage there. Almost had them. Zacian is still up there.
CC Yellow with the 5th man up. The bird spawn in, Delphi.
Okay, well, they've decided to just contest the birds and leave that as is. Now let's, on the bot lane, it's going to be Team Outrage pressing into the Team Yellow, and they do have those numbers, but it's a Vaporeon, and with that Bell has so much healing that it's going to be hard for them to even just press into that Pokemon.
Absolutely, but Vaporeon's doing a great job. Lots of good secures there. Machoke with the cheeky 17.
Yes, look at that. And does he get out?
Yeah, able to get away. Muddy Water, so nasty in the hands of a good Vaporeon player.
Absolutely, absolutely. We still have an even duel on top lane here as well. Just looking to secure their farms and get mid positioning. They're with a jungler top. Maybe they're looking to... Oh! We also have Mimikyu up top too. We are almost even in numbers here. It's going to be interesting to see if Team Outrage decides to continue to push with their number advantage or just play defensively.
Regidrago's hit the board there 35 seconds ago. Mimikyu guy trying to go in, but CC Yellow's up in the top pushing that pad. There we go. Huge KO on the Leafeon there by the Zacian. Boom! 1, 2, 3, 4. Instant deletion as CC Yellow's taken out in both lanes. Mega Lucario's the only one still up. 720 birds are here, and they're going to the pocket of that Zacian. 28 points in its pocket there. That's a lot of passes to be able to proc.
Absolutely. And now we're seeing that they're going to try to take that early game advantage and run with it by getting that Regidrago, and now using that momentum to continue into whichever objective they decide to go for next.
75 to 65 there. CC Yellow's doing a great job there as they break the bottom path, take the score lead, looking to collapse on the Regieleki, take it, attack and special attack buffs in the pocket there. Put some cheeky scores in the back there. But Regieleki's going to be looking to connect to the T2 unless Team Outrage can stop it. They don't have the jump pads, so all they can hope for is to counter score.
Exactly, and look, they are playing opposite here. We see the Machoke not even trying to stop them, just taking all of the farm on the bot side there to be able to get that next power spike. And then they just equally let the Lecky go on top. So because we, again, as we saw big numbers from both sides on each opposing lane. There's just nothing that one Pokemon from the enemy team can do into 4 pushing into either pad.
And here we go. Team Outrage is on the hunt, 132 to 158, but they are ahead on levels there, making sure that they keep pace and staying above what the side of CC Yellow is. Cheeky 24 from the Umbreon going in there, just saying, you know what? I'm here. We're there. We're everywhere. You can't lock us down. CC Yellow opting to move as a 4-man army, hoping to take down the Trevenant. Or sorry, the Zacian.
Nice pick. Beautiful pick.
That
was very good. Very good for the levels on the Lucario there. We now see he's level 9. We're very close in scores, but yes, as those cheeky scores are adding up on for the side of Team Outrage. Very close in the scoreboard. Out, and then we see another score from the Machamp there. Oh, very, very nice attempt on the serve for the Mew. He could have gone to pick in, but we're seeing them getting cleaned up by that Machamp ult.
CC Yellow's doing a great job there. They came in with a nice pick with the barrage blow, comboing it with the close combats from double close combat, by the way, on both the Champ and the Mega Lucario there. Mega Lucario's close combat a little bit, more beneficial because you get some healing out of it there. But Regieleki is now back in. If we take it within the next 30 seconds, we could have another one spawn in this game. Easy for Rip to try to get the win condition set up.
We have numbers from Team Outrage to push onto that bottom side, and even with that jump pad that just popped in, they don't have the number advantage. We have four members from Team Outrage going in there to see if they can break it, but the jump pad didn't allow them to get that break there. Now they just have to play defensively, and while they hold top.
Here we go.
Big beam.
7-point game there. CC Yellow's looking to dive in there, but we have the Sovereign Sword coming up, but Zacian is now right in the thick of it. 2 KO streak for the Machamp. They're diving in. Arcana comes in. They're looking to dunk some more points. Close combat comes through. Team Outrage can't touch it. That pad's going down, so all they can do is counter score and set up to take the Indeedis.
Absolutely. Both teams are doing a very good job at being able to get those little scores in while trying to maintain their own pads. This is a very close game. In the last game, we saw that there wasn't a lot of, or there was a pretty big score discrepancy between the teams. But now during this game, we're 7 minutes in, and this is they're very close in scores.
Absolutely. Here we go now. We have the Trevenant looking to try to get some vision there with the Leafeon, being like, all right, Regidrago, come a little bit more towards our safe side. Over there, we can start the rip on you. Safe side being the top because they have that T1 pad. Anything goes awry, they're able to back off quickly, hit the pad, get some heals, and immediately throw Team Outrage on the back end there. But Team Outrage, not too interested in the Regidrago, looking more for just some positioning.
Exactly, and it's really good with the Mew. Oh, no, they're going to go for the bot objective, which we will see spawning here in the next 10 seconds. It'll be interesting to see which one it is. Oh, with a steal. It's a Registeal. That's going to give them a very, very big advantage for this upcoming Ray fight in the next 20 seconds with the increased attack and special attack. They already have incredible burst damage from the Mew and Zacian, and then high burst damage from the Mimikyu. Team CC Yellow is going to have to play this next game, or this next battle, very carefully.
Now that was smart of CC Yellow to take the T2 pad, break it, then go for the Regieleki. That's the win.
Absolutely, that's the win con.
But they don't have the points. Kyogre's now hit the field there, Delphi. Team Outrage is in position. Team CC Yellow might now have to make a move as they are in the lead, 324 to 240.
This is going to be a very close game. Both teams have some sort of leverage over the other, but yeah, as you said, they don't have those points, and they don't have the means to come back. But like you said, they don't even have to do anything right now, as they do have that lead. Oh, we are going in with submission. The submission Machamp pulling a member of Team Outrage in.
The Play With Me comes out and is able to get KO'd by the Leafeon 2-0. Here we go, Smeet Solar Beam coming in with the Mew. It's not going to be enough. Umbreon hanging on by a thread for the triple KO streak for the Mew. The Mew goes in, grabs the Mega Lucario with the Mew auto attack coming in. The Mewsted attack, as people like to say there. But CC Yellow still stands strong. We got the Kyogre buff in the hands of CC Yellow, and that Regieleki was able to hit, but I think that timer's finally wore off.
Yes, now that was just crazy healing coming from that Vaporeon there. We were able to see them living on just a thread, even with the burst damage from Team Outrage and the long distance beams that the Mew was shooting at them, and which was doing good damage, but the sustain between like the Trevenant and the team AoE healing from the Vaporeon just allowed them to stay in that fight and be able to take that poke damage.
All I can say right now, Delphi, is CC Yellow is looking to keep a tradition alive tonight. What's that tradition? Game 3 every round, baby. Let's make sure it's done. Machamp's going in, not able to get it. The Snarl comes through to stop it. 344 to 240. 15 seconds left. Mew is barreling down towards the home pad, looking to get a raw 47 in without a boosted buff there. But the Lucario's able to stop it. The score's not able to go in, and the Team Outrage falls. CC Yellow will take game number 2.
Now that was a very, very good game. We were able to, there was that big discrepancy between game 1, but then Team CC Yellow was able to identify what they needed to be able to gain that leverage and be able to take it back for the game 2. That was very well done.
Very well done indeed. Oh my gosh. CC Yellow was like, all right. Game number 1, that never happened. It just, you know what? Let's take a little leaf out of Old Man Lasso's book and just memory of a goldfish. Never happened. What happens now? This is game number 1. We just took it. Now we just got to win. Oh, and we get 2-0. That is the mindset of CC Yellow. They're like, listen, we just got some little extra information, and Tap coming in. 7 KOs to be the MVP. Genma with 10 assists on that Vaporeon, who was healing, by the way. I don't know why that just slipped my mind, Delphi, but that was a powerful tool in the hands of CC Yellow to counter that Mew.
Absolutely, and we were able to see that very clearly here. And even though they didn't have that that range damage that Team Outrage had, they were still able to get in there with that extra sustain, and with the submission Machamp, just be able to take the Team Outrage unsuspectedly, flip them into their side of the team, and displace them, and lead to that result. Look at that.
And that is the power of heal. 71k damage.
71k.
By Genma Sage. That was fantastic. They're 65k on Tap, doing the good work of Arceus there, trying to find that Mew, but Mew was just so elusive. 18k damage taken, 79 dished out. That's what you want from your attacker. Only 10% of the damage across the team. That's what you want to do. Outraged Val on the Zacian tanking the most at 54. They were right in the thick of it, right swallowed up by Cog. That was a duo that knew what they needed to do. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to help clutch the win in the top side that they needed to keep the pressure and the dominance all game.
Absolutely. They did a very, very good effort, though. But again, there was just too much of that healing from the left team that they just weren't able to allow it to fully play out.
No, unfortunately not. But, I mean, listen, we got one more game to do it in. Both teams, the ball is in either team's court right now. That comes down to the bans, which will probably be the same. Maybe we'll let something slide for another target ban or something like that. But it's going to come down to who's going to be taking first pick, who's going to be taking which map it's going to be. And it looks like Outrage might be coming into first pick for this next game. And we're seeing Kyogre once again.
Absolutely. This is going to be really cool. We're seeing game 3s on a lot of sets tonight.
Absolutely. Again, it's a tradition tonight, Delphi. We're going to make sure that we start every game to game 3. Next set, that's not going to be a 2-0. That's going to be a 2-1. We're going straight to the game 3 each and every time. Why? Because that's what we love as casters. We love as many games as possible to be able to bring to you, the viewers at home. Speaking of, though, let's get into the draft, Delphi.
All right. This is going to be really cool to see which team is going to take home that win today. And we are banning Umbreon on the left-hand side here and Psyduck on the other, both mons that were played from both teams in today's set.
I find it interesting as well. Both teams have not opted to bring in some of the new buffed Pokemon that we saw in the attacker side. So we haven't seen like Cinderace or Greninja. We haven't seen the Gardevoir. We haven't seen that. What was the other one that got buffed? Cramorant. How could I forget that
yes,
one? Cramorant got some huge buffs as well. And Hurricane got a nice little AoE buff as well, able to hit with a wider range. They didn't mention that in the patch notes, so heck to the yeah, that's always a fun time there. But we have the Umbreon Blastoise Mimikyu banned out for Team Outrage.
Which makes sense. The Mimikyu is doing some crazy things during this game, and it's able to just go in there with that mobility from Shadow Sneak and Play Rough. No, it's Shadow Claw just doing crazy damage to high HP opponents. And now we see the Mega Lucario locked, and again, Lucario's always been such a reliable top laner. I think it'll always be a good pick. In some capacity. And then they're matching that on the right-hand team with a Mega Gyarados and the Vaporeon.
Absolutely. With the nerfs of Gyarados and Charizard Y across the board now, I think Mega Lucario is going to start seeing a resurgence in picks and bans and stuff. We're not letting Mega Char Y through. So even despite the nerfs, it's still a very strong Pokemon there. But because of the problematic Mega Lucario, Harrow coming in on that Slowbro, a lockdown Unite move like Slow Beam, going to be absolutely demonic. That Hoopa Mamoswine, got to make sure they body block really well.
Absolutely, because the moment that the Mega Lucario there turns into that Mega form, then Harrow can just go in there and shut him down with that ult, which will leave him useless when he's ulting.
Exactly. We're seeing an interesting pivot now from CC Yellow, bringing in the Mega Gyarados, not within the first 2 picks, but within the set 3-4 pick. They're saying, you know what, Rhydon's going to come back too. It worked in game number 1 to an extent, so we got to bring it back because it did really well. Team Outrage says, you know what, you're right. Let's run back Serena.
But see, I think the Miraidon is going to struggle a little bit into that dive. They have the Mega Lucario, the Leafeon, and that Serena there, which is just has so much dive onto that backline that if he does go Charge Beam, I do think he might struggle a little bit with all of these different Pokemon that can just jump onto him super quickly there.
Yeah, the key that the Miraidon's going to have to play is to the maximum point of its range. You cannot go in all willy-nilly. You can't just go in and just be like, all right, I'm going to play with the team. Play behind your tanks.
Exactly. Far behind.
Even use your Meowth if you have to as a wall. Like, do something. Because the moment Lucario gets on top of you, it's over. It's over. You got to eject over a wall or something because it's over.
Absolutely. Or even getting displaced by a Mamoswine should he go. I don't even know what that move is called. The one that grabs you and throws you to the other side. Ice Fang, that's the one.
Yeah, no, I really like the comp from Team Outrage there. Again, bulky, tanky, brawly. I love that. We got the Hoopa that came through this time. We didn't get to see it game number 1. It was banned out. Now Team Outrage just says, you know what? You made a mistake, CC Yellow. Game number 1, you had it banned it out. That was the right move. But now you've let it through. The Hoopa, the cog is here. Game number 3. Team Outrage, your purple team with the Hoopa in the pocket. CC Yellow, your orange team, hoping they didn't make a mistake letting it in.
Absolutely. Hoopa can just do so many crazy plays. As you said, it has that special defense reduction with the Shadow Ball trick moveset, but it also has so much potential to like make lots of plays with the Hyperspace Hole, which gives room for lots of mobility between both sides of the lanes, and that can take the other team off guard and lead to those big advantages early game when they're not suspecting.
All those middle bundle bees will go straight to the Miraidon Vaporeon combo. Vaporeon already online in the first 40 seconds. That is not what you want to see as a little laning Eevee, because again, it's going to be that Serena evolved into the Steenie that's taking the central path there. So very strong, very risky play for the side of Team Outrage.
Absolutely. We got some gauge being built on the Gyarados here, but yeah, he has to play very safe as the Lucario does have that pressure, but with the jungler there, the Lucario does not want to go in there and get that red buff slow.
All right, here we go. We have a nice grab up to the top there. Altaria is going to get the last hit there. Meanwhile, 3-on-3 into the top. We're going to break away. Not a lot of value gained there as well. Not a lot of points scored, but let's take a look at the levels, Delphi. Only one level 5 in the pocket of Team Outrage. Meanwhile, we have 3 now into a level 6 for CC Yellow. Very important, but Leafeon's just evolved and hit the board for Team Outrage, so they're slowly climbing back into this game.
Slowly climbing, but there's just so much poke from the side of Team CC Yellow, and we still don't have a Piloswine up yet on Team Outrage to kind of help with that displacement for the Leafeon to get picks and get levels and get ahead. Whereas there's just so much burst and CC from CC Yellow, so it's still quite a tough matchup.
Yeah, here's a great engage there from the side of CC Yellow. They're looking to grab. There's the Miraidon behind it. The Slowpoke's right at the front, tanking the damage. The Miraidon with the enhanced charge beams going in, and massive points for CC Yellow's coming through. They found the momentum. They found the swing. Regidrago's going up into the top lane. That's even more of a boon for them because that's free experience for them to be able to grab, but they're actually just ignoring it.
And look at those levels there too. We have a level 6 Gyarados at 723. So Gyarados is just such a strong Pokemon that they weren't able to suppress it early. It can just scale so intensely. But yeah, they have those level leads with the Meowth at level 8 as well. And with the first objective coming up, it's going to be very interesting to see what Team Outrage chooses to do because there's just so much pressure coming from the side of CC Yellow with those leveled advantages there.
Yeah, absolutely there. But Gyarados going in for another stack as well. The Serena, though, ripping the Regirock. Great buff to have in the pocket for Team Outrage. Defense, special defense buffs there. Meanwhile, CC Yellow going to get completely free and uncontested Regieleki into the top.
Yep, and we once again see the sides of playing opposites with 4 members of Outrage on bot and then 4 members of CC Yellow on top. It's just a trade of scores essentially and of the top and bot pad from each team.
Absolutely. The rip on Regidrago has finally begun 2 minutes after it has come into this game there. Regidrago taking down Miraidon with the buff. That is an enhanced score speed buff. Not something Miraidon necessarily wants, but the AoE experience for the team, that's actually really good. Gyarados almost threw its Unite move, ticked into it now, getting ready to help hunt down the Leafeon.
Yep, and they are doing that. Team CC Yellow is just going in there onto that backline with that Unite move there. They're just popping ults. Oh, we see. Nice.
They're going in, they're diving in. The Mega Gyarados is on the board. Miraidon has the Bright Future Meteor Storm starting to rain down onto the pad. Boom! 1, 2, 3, 4. As Leafeon comes in with the Emerald Tube Step. Not going to be enough.
It's just not enough. With the muddy water from the Vaporeon, the Leafeon just wasn't able to then jump onto the backline Miraidon, who's just doing insane damage with its ult and with the charge beam there. But because we saw the Leafeon ult and then try to go in, maybe, but the Vaporeon Muddy Water just displaces him and just renders him unable to act.
CC Yellow's come back with a vengeance. They lost game number 1 there, and they lost it pretty hard, I'm not going to lie. Team Outrage took it handily there. But game number 2, they are much more in control 179 to 102. They're maintaining level lead as well, only one level 9, everybody else level 10 or higher. And meanwhile, Team Outrage still fishing for 2 Unite moves on the Mamoswine and the Hoopa. Mamoswine finally getting online at 4 minutes 40 seconds here. So we have 1 Unite move that could be used here with the Mammoth Mash, but yeah, it's just
there's nobody there
late.
to use the ult with. Yeah, there's nobody there to do it. But now he has it, at least, to be able to defend this top pad push should CC Yellow choose to push this Lucky in, or maybe. Which, they are going for it.
There goes the Mammoth Bash into the Rings Unbound here. We have a huge hit there from the Gyarados as the Dragon Current comes in. Mega Gyarados online, but just as easily, Serena goes in to try to lock down the Miraidon. Isn't able to find the KO, gets KO'd herself. The Leafeon is gone. A valiant effort and a defense from Team Outrage comes in. Mega Lucario hits the field there, but CC Yellow has abandoned the onslaught. They got what they wanted. Resources burned, expended, KOs in their pocket, experience and points in their pockets, and they're just ready to go.
And they are able to get out. They were able to get those picks, and they are getting out safely. They did not overstay. They did not throw their lead. It was very smart of them to recognize that they did their duty, and they can just get out. They got those resources, and they're choosing to not throw away those levels that they have earned.
Absolutely there. Vaporeon doing a great job getting a little bit of vision in the bottom lane. Slowbro doing that for the side of CC Yellow in the top. This is allowing CC Yellow to go through, clean up the dots that are on there, play a little bit of Pac-Man. Even when Team Outrage collapses like they did, Vaporeon's still able to get away. This Pokemon is insane for being able to disengage very quickly, and with its bulk, able to just survive encounters it shouldn't.
Absolutely, especially with that Muddy Water Displace and then the Aqua Healing. That is a very tough Pokemon to deal with. Very tanky, even with a group of Pokemon like we saw just there.
Level 13 on the Meowth now as we now go into the bottom Reggie Roulette. The last one of the set there. This could be a big one because Kyogre is only 30 seconds away now. It's going to be a Registeel. You definitely want to contest for this, and Team Outrage is already diving in.
Absolutely. We're going to see they're contesting it. Oh, and the left side team gets it. This is going to be very interesting to see how CC Yellow plays this out, as they do have that, as Team Outrage has that increased attack and special attack. CC Yellow's going to have to play a little carefully, but again, they have that Slowbro to shut down. Like if the Leafeon dives, or if the Lucario goes into Mega, even with that buff, we have the Slowbro there to shut them down.
They are, but when there's a Kyogre, the game's not over, and Kyogre is indeed here, Delphi. CC Yellow is looking for the engage there. They're looking to catch up the Mamoswine. A wall stands in the way, and they almost got it there. Hoopa has to look there, but the Leafeon goes in for the almost two-step. Gets gocked out, taken down as Slowbro goes for the serve. Team Outrage on the back foot as CC Yellow's looking strong.
Yes, we saw Serena try to go in there for the flank, trying to catch the Miraidon off guard. They know that the Miraidon is the source of the poke and the continuous damage, but there's just too much peel for this Miraidon here.
The Rings Unbound are out. The Mega Gyarados on the field. 1, 2, 3, 4. Down for Team Outrage there. Leafeon here can be looking in the middle. Is there? Meowth is on top of it. Boom! There goes the 4-man army onto it. Kyogre's about to fall. Buffs in the pocket. CC Yellow only up by 12 points. They have to get scores in, but Team Outrage is spawning back in.
This is going to be very, very close. There is still room for Team Outrage if Team CC Yellow, if they're able to get a pick on Team CC Yellow and get some of those shields back, there is chance for them to come back. But there's just too much burst damage on that pad, and with CC Yellow taking them down, and yeah, it looks like we have, wow, that was very well done from CC Yellow there. Yeah, like you said, the first game, it was a little bit of a struggle, but they've made very, very strong comeback in these last 2 games. It almost makes you think maybe they just wanted their opponents to undermine them and what their actual ability and what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a sight game. They'd be like, "Oh no,
Yeah.
we banned out the hoopa." Maybe that was just the lull to make them bring it in. They're like, "Ha ha! We have the counter for the hoopa in your faces. You fell for our bait. We activated our trap, and you walked right into it." Game
Exactly.
number 3, CC Yellow.
Beautiful gameplay, beautiful coordination seen from that side, and even with lots of dive from Team Outrage, like we had like the Leafeon who tried to ult in there on the back line, but just got blown up at that rate fight, the Kyogre fights, and even with the like Mega Lucario and the Serena, they just weren't able to get to that back line. They were very well protected with the Slowbro and the Vaporeon. Very well done from the yellow team.
Absolutely, absolutely there too. I mean, Rev took a long time to get online just to become the Mamoswine there. Not able to tank a whole lot, not able to do a lot of damage as well. Like overall, they just weren't able to do much until they hit that Mamoswine. So for 6 minutes, nearly 6 minutes, 5.5 minutes, they were just like, you know what, we're struggling there. Cog not able to hit their Unite move as well. So again, being denied 2 pivotal Unite moves on your team that are very functional and crucial to how you're going to be playing the strategy. CC Yellow just absolutely doing a great job shutting them down. Maridon, 9k damage, Delphi. 9k.
Insane. Like, that is crazy. Like, even with the divers, 9k, a singular digit.
Singular digits, but coming out with a 61k as well. And look at the score here too. Like, this was a very close game throughout most of the match, right up until the end there when Kyogre was grabbed. So both teams opted to score only at key moments. We got a lot of objectives secure. Regieleki exclusively going to CC Yellow. They had a game plan and they played right into it there. Meanwhile, Team Outrage was like, no. Reggie Roulettes is where it's at. Those buffs is what's going to help us. But unfortunately, that attack buff just wasn't able to amount to much anything for them.
Yeah, that is so true. Like, it was very close right up until the very end. Like, I thought we would see more burst damage coming from that left team there with the Registeel buff, but yeah, I guess there was just too much shutdowns. And with the Vaporeon healing and the displacement, it just, not even the Registeel was able to cut through that.
No, not at all. But guys, again, that was only set number 3. Underdunks. We are doing 4 sets. That means there's 1 more set to go. So don't go anywhere because we're going to take a super short break while we set all of that up. When we come back, we will have another best of 3 and hopefully game 3 ready for you guys to go. So we'll be right back after this. And we're back straight in. Ignorance, your orange team, and Caterpie, your purple team. That's right. Say it very fast, guys. Go straight through it. Don't hang on the letters. Don't hang on the spacing. Just go right in because that's what they're doing. Darkrai, Latios, Psyduck already hitting the bands.
Those are very quick bans. We're with the Darkrai CC and the recent Latios buffs that is now leading it to be one of those bannable characters. We're seeing lots of Latios gameplay that it's really cool now to see it being one of those characters that warrants a ban.
Talonflame hitting the ban face as well. Again, this is now 2 sets back to back. Talonflame is just taken off the board. Once more though, Blastoise, Mega Lucario, not surprising to see. But what is surprising to see, no Mega Charizard on the ban slot, so Caterpie has the opportunity to take it in the first pick.
And we shall see. And they do lock it in. Yeah, the Mega Charizard Y is still very oppressive, even with the nerfs. It just has such burst and is able to get in that back line very easy. But they countered that with the Surfetch'd and the Snorlax, which will be able to kind of look out for that Charizard who's maybe looking to get into that backline there with his ult move.
Listen, I saw Big Mac cover that Charizard there. Listen, if we don't have a triple Charizard with a triple Charizard ult at one of these games, I'm going to be very disappointed. I mean, yeah, Charizard Y is here. The opportunity is there. Come on, Big Mac, go big or go home, bro.
But instead, we decide to lock in the Machamp. Machamp has such versatility, being able to run in there with submission or being able to just dynamic. It's cross chop, right? Yeah, be able to cross chop and close gaps between squishy backlines.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it cross chop? Is that the right move?
It is. Cross chop is the dash move on Machamp. Submission cross chop, the most common there, but not what we saw last time. Last time we saw Machamp there, it was submission and close combat along with the Mega Lucario. But Nyan and Neon coming in with the Buzzwole Raichu combo. That's a deadly asset there to have together. And already, what? Chandelure!
The Chandelure is an interesting pick into this comp. I mean, I can see it doing well though, especially if it goes in prison, being able to put a stop to the Buzzwole like with the CC, and maybe to an extent the Farfetch'd. But again, I do think that it will have to coordinate very well with the Umbreon to be able to get the proper protection, because the imprison length isn't super strong, but I can see it maybe working. But yeah, it's going to be very hard for the Chandelure into the Buzzwole and the Raichu there with the high burst damage, and the Buzzwole will just be able to ult into the backline directly. But if Cat or P plays this correctly and they have that synergy, they could pull it off.
Listen, crazy idea. Chandelure goes in, ejects into the horde, ults, and then runs away while they're all blinded. Charizard then has free reign to go in and just burn them down with Fire Blast, Unite move, everything, all right? Crazy idea, crazy plan.
You might have cracked the code.
Might work.
You might have cracked the code, and maybe that's what they have up their sleeve. We shall see.
I hope so. That'd be a crazy play. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be a crazy
that
play
would be.
But here we go. Caterpie gonna be your purple team. Our Ignorance going to be your orange team. We're gonna be sending the Charizard Y into the central path there to go up against the Absol.
Absol top lane. Absol is such an impressive character. It's got that high burst damage, and we normally see it taken into jungle, but I can see it being viable. Oh, it is in jungle. You know what? Sometimes you can't see properly. And that's on me.
No worries. But the pressure's already on. Ignorance keeping the pressure on with the Pikachu into the Snorlax Wombo combo there. Buzzwole already putting in the work, securing the top farm for the side of Ignorance. They're doing pretty good. They got one stack in. They got the majority of the experience there. But now it's going to come down to the ganks. Absol going bot side. And here comes Charmeleon into the top.
Yep. Team Ignorance is known for playing non-traditional comps. Like we usually see a supporter on the top side along with the top laner, but on for Team Ignorance we have the Farfetch'd and the Buzzwole, which in theory should be oppressive, but now we see that the gank from the jungler from Cat or P was just kind of able to take away that early potential for both of these strong characters to get online.
A 50 bird spawned and disappeared, and we saw Absol take out those Natus there. So a lot of good experience now swinging for the side of Ignorance. No, look at that Blastoise. Look at the Snorlax though. Huge into that flail speed burst, going in and weighing down the beatdown on that poor little Litwick.
It gave him a couple punches, but is now deciding to throw those punches onto the Umbreon. Now that leaves them the ability to now just be able to play their safes. They do not want to be going up against that Flail-Axe that's just running at them like that. So
up at the top though, there is the Charizard Y. Fire Blast into the flamethrower to take down the Surfetch'd. Snorlax getting a little bit of burn, got to rest it off. Bro's a little hungry, Bro's a little tired. Now we got that burst of caffeine coming through. Boom! There goes the Flail, able to run around being like, wee, I can run too. Meanwhile, this Caterpie is moving into the bot side there. Ignorance sending Absol to help into the top.
If Team Caterpie decides to push into Team Ignorance on the bottom side with their jungler there, it's going to be a little hard for them. But now that they have numbers on top lane, Ignorance is able to use that burst damage and the shield between the Farfetch'd, maybe acting as a defender. It allows the Absol to just have that insane burst damage and with their numbers just be able to completely push that pad and give them the... Well, they should be able to get top with their numbers and their lead.
Our first lane objectives are about to spawn in here. We have no idea who's where yet, though, so we'll see in a moment. Machamp looking for the Machoke there, and specifically the level 7. Absol's getting beat down here hard. Meanwhile, Regieleki is here. Boom, in the bot side there. That means Regilurette's on the top. Absol secures it with the Midnight Slash, but the Seismic Slang comes out. Charizard is laying down the fire, but Ignorance does not care. They said, we can bring the heat too. They take down the Charizard, take down the Elder Goss, and now they're looking to take down the T1 pad.
And they were able to break that T1 pad before the Lucky crashed into it, which gives them this extra push. And they have the Raichu ult, which gives them the advantage to be able to push that Lucky into the tier 2. Team Cat or P, unfortunately, has already used their resource on the Absol with the Charizard Y ulting the Absol after he secured that. But again, they just don't have any more resources to expend to defend that second push, which was done beautifully from Ignorance from the breaking of the tier 1 and then the Raichu getting that its ult to give it that successful push.
We're now fishing for our second Unite move on Caterpie. Now, we have the Charizard already up at level 9. Machamp is looking for it as well, along with the Chandelure. We are so close there. Once they get them, it's going to be rough. But Buzzwole Absol has another iteration of the Unite moves in the pocket as they look to turn on the Regiroulette into the top. Regirock is now going to be here with 43 to 245, a 202 lead for the side of Ignorance there, but Umbreon's right in the thick of it. Snorlax looking to block it down. There goes the Mega Charizard as Regirock now blesses Ignorance. Here we go, boom! Taking down 1, 2, 3 of Caterpie is gone. Mega Charizard looking to clap back, and that is also 1, 2, 3. Ignorance gone. Absol on the run. Charizard on the hunt.
And it almost had the Absol there, with the Absol getting out on half HP. We saw some level increase from the picks there, but if they were able to get that Absol with the Charizard, that would have put Caterpie closer back into the game. But alas, it's still not completely over. It's definitely tight with the 43 to 245 scoreboard lead, but they are doing their best to keep up with levels. The Absol is a bit of a threat, being level 12 when we're 6.5 minutes into the game, but Caterpie is just shortly behind, and it's not a big enough discrepancy yet where they are out of the game.
Poor Chandelure is just not able to do a whole lot effectively there. They keep getting ahead of their tank and their supporter there. Play behind it, play to the max of your vision there, play the max of your range. That's the way you got to do it. But Caterpie just says, you know what, it's okay. Regieleki just doesn't go in, but the power net comes in. Charizard able to bait it out. Now they won't have it for the next engagement there, but Snorlax may not be looking for the next engagement. They might just be looking to push Machamp out and be looking for the next pick.
Absolutely. I'm always mesmerized by the way Team Ignorance plays, because they always pick like the non-traditional movesets or non-traditional comp sets, but they're able to do it in a way where it works just so well, and they're able to capitalize off of each other's plays. And so that even though they are not playing what's typical or what's expected, they're still able to do it very well and apply all of those pressures. Like, look, we see tier 1 and tier 2, the top tier 1 pads from top and bot both gone, and Team Ignorance is generally pretty good at being able to get out of these skirmishes alive.
We had the Ultra Soul Slang come out there, but the Barrage Blow locks down the Buzzwole. Not much damage coming in from either use the Unite move there, but Buzzwole just says, you know what? It's time to tick in. Umbreon says, you're right. Lock in, take it down, because you're gone, Buzzwole. Sirfetch'd looking to be there the next one, as the rest of Caterpie looks to feed. They want to hit the Met or Pod as they come in, but they're not able to find it.
It was very close. That was very good for getting Caterpie some of that comeback XP. If Absol had ult there, he could have hit like a 5-man ult, but he just kind of has to watch around the sidelines, because if he gets killed, if he gets picked off with that big level lead right now, man, it would be very, very tough for them. So Ignorance just really had to kind of let Caterpie take their picks and then get out and make sure that they are not providing them more levels.
No more lane Reggies coming in this game here. Caterpie looking to defend the top and the bottom incredibly well. Regieleki's going to connect, destroys the T2 pad, opens the home pad there. 10 seconds now till Kyogre spawns in. Delphi.
This is going to be very close. We see Caterpie is quite behind on the scoreboard. However, the level lead isn't too bad. I mean, we have 2 level 11s and 2 level 12s on our tankier characters, but level 13 Charizard, level 13 Chandelure, we have a level 13 Machamp, we have our power spikes, and with the highest level being 14 on Absol, they're very close.
Umbreon's in the back there. Snorlax pops up the power nap there, but they're going to get interrupted by the Seismic Slam. Charizard doesn't care about Snorlax's Beauty Sleep. Still looking for the first KO as the flames rain down on the Sirfetch'd. Fire Blast completely misses. Machamp goes into the back. Barrage Blow comes out, picks up the Raichu Sirfetch'd. Eldegoss Chandelure get taken down. All of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom! There goes Caterpie. Absolutely deleted. Sent back to Viridian Forest as Ignorance locks down Kyogre.
Haha, did you say absolutely? That was absolutely insane. That just completely destroyed them there. They were very, very close. I mean, it was with the Charizard Y ult, just getting in there and starting the fight, but there's just too much shield from the Snorlax, from the Sirfetch'd, from the Buzzwole, and all of those 3 melee characters providing like a frontline for the Raichu, who's just able to then shoot his Electro Balls and place down that ult move, which just takes away, or which just chips at the health from Caterpie. Even though they had that Charizard Y, there's just too much sustain and health from Team Ignorance.
Yeah, even though Caterpie had the damage there, they just weren't able to focus. There was not just the bulk there for the side of Ignorance, but the speed. They wanted the Absol, they wanted the Sirfetch'd, but these are 2 incredibly highly mobile Pokemon there. And there's a reason Sirfetch'd is not extinct yet, let me tell you. Despite the Pokemon universe being like, that's a tasty bird. That thing is speedy. That thing's got shields. That thing is all over the place. And on Eos Island, that is just that is a bird you don't want to go up against, because it's really hard to lock down.
Correct. All of the birds are pretty slippery that are introduced in Unite. We got Psyduck with a Surf, just fast Dodrio, insane speed. All of the birds that Unite has introduced are just, ooh.
Right? Although, let's take a look here. Justice going to be claiming the MVP for the side of Caterpie. 8 assists. Great job from them. Over on the side of Ignorance, though, it's going to be Shake. 11 KOs. Goopator, 4 KOs. Not as impressive, but 10 assists. Brother was there.
He was there. I'm also impressed by the 268 points from the Absol. He was playing score comp.
I mean, listen, when you got an opportunity to take those scores and against the other team, yeah, you're absolutely going to do it. Even before the Hundo Burger comes in at the end there for the side of Ignorance there, 168 is nothing to scoff at there. Soup Chef was also 170, but they also got a Hundo Burger at the end there. So, I mean, we got 70, 76. Like, Ignorance was doing a great job just keeping ahead of the line, keeping the pressure down on Caterpie. They hadn't taken a single pad off of Ignorance the entire game. So that is absolutely pivotal to be able to shut them down. Not as many stacks in case you needed them on the side of Big Mac there. Not a whole lot going on, but let me show you now. Pirate King, 68K for the side of Caterpie.
Yep, Team Caterpie still put up a pretty good fight against the odds from Ignorance. Like, we still see some pretty good damage numbers here. Almost equal, with the highest number being 88 for the side of Ignorance. But again, they just have so much burst and so much sustain that it's really hard for Caterpie to kind of be able to break through that. And also, with all the constant pressure that Team Ignorance was just placing on the pads in the top and bottom fights with the different objectives and with their slight level lead, they were just really able to capitalize off of that. But again, it was a good effort from Caterpie against Ignorance. But Ignorance has also been together for a long time. They just have that synergy that just is absolutely crushing.
Absolutely, yeah. Coming into game number 2, though, there. I mean, listen, we have a tradition tonight with the Underdunks.
Mm-hmm.
Game number 1 was game 3. Set number 2, game 3. Set number 3, game 3. So the pressure's on for Caterpie to be bringing us to a game number 3 scenario tonight, because we want to cast 2 more sets. So come on there, Caterpie, bring it in. Let's see the love there. I want to see how they're going to pivot, see if they're going to be able to get the Charizard Y again, or if they're going to opt to ban it and be like, okay, listen, it didn't do the magic that we wanted. Maybe it was a set of supporters that they want to go in. I'm interested to see how Caterpie is going to pivot, because Ignorance seems to have it locked down. They seem to know how they want to take out Caterpie coming into game number 2. And yeah, that is not a position you want to be in.
Absolutely correct. Like you said, tradition of being game 3. It's possible, although they're going to have to coordinate a little bit more tightly with the attacker and the backline there. No more frontline chandeliers, but I did see some good lockdowns on Team Ignorance there with the imprison move. So I think with a little bit more coordination, they will be able to get back in there and secure their fights.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw a lot of Mews tonight. This could be an awesome mid game for them as well. Bring it in, throw some stuff down, but you know, it'd also be even awesome. I mean, that Absol went score comp on you guys, okay? You know what we do it is to clap back. Go score comp. Come on. Sableye, Talonflame, right there. Dodrio right there. Let's go. Sableye, come on. Bring it in, guys. That's the secret sauce. You're not picking Sableye. That's why you're losing games. You got to pick the little gremlin up. If you don't pick the little gremlin up, unfortunately, we're going to go 2-0 this set. So come on. Have a little faith.
And there's totally no bias behind that suggestion now,
Absolutely
there? Is
none.
there? Absolutely none. Right.
Absolutely no bias. I'm not on the little gremlin's payroll, not the little spokesperson for the gremlin, not definitely out there spreading propaganda there. I mean, you know, I just say it, you know, like it's an option there. But some other options too. I mean, we did see some good Mamoswines out there tonight as well. Those are some really good Pokemon to bring in. I would love to see more Crustle. That's something that's kind of fallen to the wayside. We saw a few good games with it, but overall, like, it's just hasn't been there tonight since we've been on. So I want to see more Crustle. If Caterpie brings in a Crustle, I'll also be just as happy.
Absolutely. And Crustle's always a good pick too, with the 1.5s that it can provide. Really good opportunity for attackers to capitalize off of that.
All right, Caterpie going to be in the first pick position again. Ignorance opted to take the second, and we're running it back on Kyogre, folks. We're going to be like, you know what? All right, game number 2. Number 1 didn't happen. Memory of a goldfish. Remember what old Lasso said. So, coming into game number 2, back in the Kyogre, that's what we're going to do. Running it back, exactly the same. Got Darkrai, Latios, get it gone. Psyduck, Umbreon, get them gone. They ain't going to see any play this set tonight.
I'm really interested to see what the last bans are going to be here. If Ignorance is going to maybe ban that Charizard Y or let it slide through again. Oh, now we see Cat or P is actually banning that Charizard. Even though they were able to play it last game, they're now banning it. And then Blastoise ban, which is pretty standard across all boards.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the Charizard Y ban. I mean, maybe not something you want to do when you're in the first pick, leave it up to Ignorance. But Ignorance didn't ban it last time. Almost like Caterpie felt like they were like, all right, you guys take the ban, then we'll take the Blastoise. And Ignorance just said, we're calling the bluff. And all of a sudden now, Charizard Y, Blastoise ban, Vaporeon coming in for that first pick there for the side of Caterpie. Ignorance, Soup Chef, I saw that hover. Brother, don't tease me. Don't you tease me. I saw that Sableye. You can do it.
Unfortunate. Maybe someone else. Maybe Scrubblenaught is feeling kind enough to give you that Sableye. I did see the hover too. Now we see Vaporeon, and along with the we are hovering over Crustle and Machamp.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, we were talking about the Crustle there.
You know what, Soup Chef? It's out. It's all right. You were hovering. Not. No! What are you doing to me? Not! No!
He's not gonna do it.
Yes! Yes! Right there,
wait.
Right there. Whoa! No, bro!
No.
Go back! No! Espeon, are you kidding me? No, bro, you're gonna lose this game. Bebro, listen to me, brought the Crustle in. Soup Chef, not. You didn't pick the Gremlin? No, you automatically lose. Disqualified! Production!
We almost had it there, Jonathan. We almost had it there.
Absolutely there. But great job here from the side of Caterpie. Pirate King coming in. Fluffbeyond with the Pikachu as well. Great start overall there for Caterpie to have there. But Ignorance coming in with a very strong showing. The Espeon, the Inteleon, all of the Eons going over to them with the Talonflame. We finally get to see Talonflame. We have to take it off the ban list to bring in the Char Y. Now I'm excited to see what Shake's going to do.
Absolutely, yeah, because like you just said, we've been seeing those Talonflame bans across these games recently, but now that we have let it through and Ignorance has picked it, Talonflame is just so versatile. It allows, with its fly, it can just get out of a lot of situations, and it can kind of play more of that score comp Pokemon, but it can also, with its Brave Bird, it's able to kind of play more melee, like I guess into like the Machamp or the Mimikyu. It's able to kind of avoid that or just put big burst damage onto that. I think Talon is a very strong speedster in that sense, so I'm very interested to see what's going to come about with this pick here.
I'm also curious to see how Pikachu is going to play into this. I mean, damage is one of the things that you're always worried about. Crustle, Vaporeon, Machamp aren't big damage dealers. They more set things up. Pikachu in a similar situation when you go Volt Tackle into Electro Ball, but Thunderbolt, you can easily dish out 100k damage there. So going to be interesting to see how Caterpie, your purple team, sending Mimikyu into the central path, is going to be able to take this game number 2 into a game number 3 against Ignorance, your orange team, with the Talonflame going the same way.
Right, we have a strong bot lane down here. We have the high oppression with the Sobble. Oh, he does not get... Oh, okay, yeah, we see the Snorlax, being able to just displace them and then allowing Neon to secure it with its singular crit stack.
Absolutely. Here we go. Now, the Natus are spawning, and boom, there we go. The Espeon comes in with a nice little Swift there. I love the Espeon Swift. What a strong, secure move early on for a level 3 Pokemon there. Ignorance sending their Talonflame into the bottom there, and that Fletchinder. Not able to find as much value there, but Mimikyu's there to scout.
Yep, Mimikyu's just watching, kind of seeing what Ignorance does. I think he's just hiding there. Oh, he's able to kind of jump onto the Talon, but again with the flash and then the dashing move, Talon is just able to completely ignore him there and get out on 1 HP. Look at that.
Great job from Ignorance being able to rotate their tank, that Snorlax, into position to protect the Talonflame, to protect the Fletchinder, stopping them from getting a huge KO. Now, they did go and get taken down themselves, but overall, good job from Ignorance being able to do that. That's still a KO against them there, but they're winning into the top lane there. That Surfetch is putting in the damage.
Absolutely, and look at that, especially with the Psyshock CC, there's just huge damage. Like, the Surfetch is tanky as its own, and then paired with that, along with the Espeon Psyshock CC, that is a nasty combo.
Absolutely, but the
have
damage is
so
coming
much
in now.
lane
The
pressure.
Espeon into the Surfetch there. They're looking to take things down. There it goes, though. The evolution as we have the Machoke come on, as Mimikyu is able to take it down. Machoke goes in for that huge submission, helping the Mimikyu take down the Espeon there. Great momentum switch for Caterpie up into the top lane there as they're getting massive points put on the board, and they take the lead by 1. But Talonflame grabs the Regidrago. Massive buff in the pocket. Instantly loses it because, boom, there goes the Crustle.
Look at the Pikachu just getting on one, Neon shooting out snipe shots, hopefully hoping to get that 1 HP Pikachu. He got out.
Did indeed. 720 birds about to spawn, and the Mimikyu's able to shadow tag onto that there Inteleon there, but gets griefed by their own Crustle, puts the wall up, stopping them from being able to go forward. They said, no, you're not allowed to int. You can't go deeper, because if you do, they'll take you down. Trust me, bro, I didn't grief you. I saved your life.
Taking Defender to a new meaning.
Absolutely. Registeel hitting the board, though, as Regieleki hits the top side. Talonflame looking for the secure there. There goes the fly. There goes the secure. Boom! Going towards that Pikachu for Caterpie.
And that is crazy, too, because Ignorance has really good secure there with the Talonflame fly and the snipe shot on Inteleon. But even with the really good secure moves from both of those characters, yeah, Pikachu was just able to get in there and snag the last hit on that.
Inteleon coming in with a massive hit there as well. Snorlax able to shake it off, looking to be like, all right, let's go. Talonflame coming in, hits the Vaporeon there, gets the cooldown reduction on its fly there. Not going to be able to enough to inflict a whole lot of damage. Great vision from Ignorance, though, as Crustle's now caught out. Flies up in the air. We're looking for a momentum swing, but no, we almost get caught out. Crustle's able to escape, and we're just dancing and prancing and poking and prodding as Surfetch finds himself in danger.
And look at that. We're seeing some ults being popped from the side of Ignorance, kind of looking to be able to capitalize off of that engage. Look at the HP regen on that Farfetch. That is absolutely crazy. He was just a quarter. Oh, huge Machamp ult. Is he able to maybe get that Inteleon, though?
Oh, 4 KO straight for the
my
Surfetch
goodness.
before they're taken down. That Crustle's taking names and says, listen, while I'm on the board, you ain't going to be able to do much. I am here. I'm ready to play. And that's the Bebro way.
That is a good slogan, and that's exactly what's going on through his mind. Maybe they're able to get a pick here on the Snorlax, but with the flail, he's just able to have that mobility. Oh, but with the Crustle ult being a good tank shredder, maybe something can be capitalized off of here.
Power Nap comes out as the Mimikyu tries to take down the Snorlax. Snorlax says, I'm going to rest it off. Flail comes in, but the Pikachu comes with the Volt Tackle. Now we got the block coming out. Mimikyu can't jump on it without getting immediately shoved off. Goes in anyways, finds the KO. Inteleon pops the Azure Spy Vision. Takes down 2, but finds the KO on themselves from the Mimikyu as well. Points raining in now for the side of Caterpie as they're breaking the T1 pad for Ignorance and now giving themselves a huge advantage into the bottom as they're able to clutch out and secure Caterpie's, the Registeel.
And that was really good teamwork from the side of Caterpie there. The Talonflame was forced to use its fly to get out of the moves of from the team pressing onto the pad there. But because he had that fly on cooldown, Caterpie was just able to dunk a lot of points onto that tier 1, giving them those level leads and being able to close the gap on the scoreboard. We're seeing a closer game this time because of that, and we are very close in levels across all boards.
Yeah, Caterpie is really taking this tradition of going to a game 3 to seriously. Like, they want to be like, all right, we're only 50 points behind. We got to get this done. Go look at the defense here from the Pikachu. Like, somebody's always guarding this pad there. But Talonflame just says, all right, 2-point over, fine. We'll break it. Get it off the field. Snorlax able to do some cheeky caps. We're able to get it gone. But up in the top, Regislecki is still on the board. Bedroll goes for a nice isolation there as Aju's Spy Vision comes out. Here we go with the Barrage Blow, completely whipping it to nobody's surprise. But they're able to come back in and find the KO on the Inteleon anyways. There we go. Boom! We're getting a hit there. We're zoning out the Espeon there, but we're slowed by the Flux Zone. Wait for our cooldowns. Surfetch takes advantage of this, and boom! Talonflame grabs the KO. Bebro on 1 HP in a dream, but Talonflame quickly dashes back, sending them back into the Shadow Realm with a triple KO on the Vaporeon. And Regieleki says, uh-oh, I'm next.
And that was a very, very, very close battle from Caterpie. They went a little too deep into that Flux Zone. I think we might have seen a little bit of it. We might have seen a different outcome if the Machamp wasn't so deep in there. It did look like Caterpie was going to win that skirmish, but yeah, I think the Flux Zone is really what was their downfall in that battle.
It was absolutely. There were 260 to 137, a cheeky 34, then coming in. Great zoning from the Surfetch. They said, Talonflame, I can get away. You got to go, bro. You got to go. But the champ says, you know what? I can take you down. And Talion comes in and goes, I have a reticle. Take aim, take fire. But Pikachu says, too late. The bird's gone. Boom. Electro Ball for the secure.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing Neon kind of back off there as he's seeing it's going to be a 1v3. That's a good idea, especially with Kyogre coming up pretty quickly in the next 20 seconds. They're going to be able to get that sustained healing for the next fight, which could be good with the, which gives them a little bit more time to be able to play it slow. And they don't even have to do anything. They have over a 100-point lead. That Ignorance is kind of just chill, and even with the poke damage that they get from some walls or from some Mimikyu,
but
they don't have to do anything.
Into the Psychic Solaire. Boom, coming in. Great damage there, so we have a great takedown on the Talonflame. Caterpie able to quickly find it. Thunderstorm coming out, finding the KO onto that Inteleon there as the Mimikyu looks to find as the Mimikyu gets taken down themselves. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ignorance is gone.
Goodness.
It's just the Snorlax, a dream, and the Kyogre slowly getting whittled away.
That is just an insane play. Like, we just saw them completely full dive the Inteleon there. Inteleon was not able to get out, even though he got the Stitches Berry, but the Pikachu ult was just did too much damage to him. And yeah, they're going to be able to get their scores in here. They still need one more score to win, but yeah, Ignorance, they know they have to play this very well to maintain their slight lead. So we'll see what Caterpie does to be able to try to get back into the game. They're so close.
260. Ignorance only inches ahead. Not by much, but they're watching these pads. Caterpie has to take advantage of this, but they got 45 seconds to do so. They're trying to farm a quick Unite move somewhere, so they have some sort of advantage there, but Talonflame has the Flame Sweep in the pocket. And keep going to the bot side there. They don't need many scores. There it goes, Presto! They're in the lead! Now it's got to be Ignorance that's got to clap back. They have to come in and say, listen, it's got to be us. It's going to be us. They're not able to find it. 1, 2, 3. Down. Pokemon taken out. 2 for Caterpie, 1 for Ignorance there as the Caterpie keeps the pressure going. Talonflame not able to lock down the Mimikyu, but they finally get it. 337, 437 to 265, 13. We're going to a game 3, Delphi.
Like we said, the tradition of today, we are going to get game 3s on every single set, and Caterpie listened to that. They listened to that. That means they purposefully didn't choose the Sableye, but they listened to the comm of make it to game 3, and here we are getting that.
Listen, I know Caterpie didn't pick Sableye, but Ignorance also didn't pick Sableye, and I just want to say that every game you lose and you didn't pick Sableye, that's the reason why you lost, you know? That's not the reason the other team won, it's just the reason your team lost. So every game of Pokemon Unite, whatever game you lose, it's because you didn't have Sableye. And you can't prove me wrong. I'm just saying, you can't say it's wrong. Statistically, all right? But Fluffeon, great MVP status from them as well. 7 KOs, 8 assists. Big Mac, not as much with 4 KOs there, but 10 assists. Justice with 14. Look at the damage tank. This was a high brawl game. You could definitely tell who the tanks were. That was Bebro, Big Mac, Justice. Also coming in with a massive 80k heal stat, Delphi.
That was absolutely insane. Yeah, Caterpie did very well. They saw what they needed to do to kind of be able to slide through Team Ignorance's non-traditional picks, but they were able to do that, and especially like with the Pikachu going Volt Tackle and E-Ball, just being able to shut down those characters really easily. And because he was able to get those picks, the level scaling is allowing the Pikachu to be able to do that much damage, even with the supportive moveset.
And even like when you look at the beginning as well, Ignorance had the game ahead, 52 points in the pocket. They take the Regidrago, they grab the Registeel, then we get 53 in, but that's okay. They look starting to take there, but Caterpie slowly grabbing each objective, slowly getting points in along the way. They were just biding their time, waiting for an opportunity, and boy howdy did they find it. Coming into game number 3, I'm excited to what they're going to bring in and how Ignorance is going to adjust.
Yeah, that was very, very well done. Even though Ignorance was getting in those like little caps and maintaining that point discrepancy leading up into Ray or Kyogre, Team Caterpie was still able to like wait for the perfect timing to be able to get in there and make sure that those carries were shut down. Like the Inteleon there when he was ulting, the Pikachu said, "You are not going to do that," and was able to get in there with his Unite move and with a Volt Tackle, just completely locking him down. So Caterpie did an excellent job at being able to time their moves correctly and wait for the right moment to be able to get back onto Ignorance.
Yeah, and listen, I'm not going to lie. In my head, I was like, all right, the Pikachu might not be it if it goes Volt Tackle E-Ball, but it absolutely was it. It was able to lock down the right targets. I honestly thought with the Inteleon and the Espeon, they had advantage in the range, and I thought they were going to be able to fully use that for the side of Ignorance, but no, Caterpie was just able to clap back and just say, nah, Pikachu was the pied de gras, the creme de brulee for the side of Caterpie, because let me tell you, that guy popped off. The thunderstorms at the end there, that is what really helped secure that final Kyogre fight as well. I'm saying it too now, Delphi. Oh my gosh. We're on a new, we got to keep in mind these are map rotations there, but I believe, Delphi, we're going back to Kyogre. We have map rotations, guys. We have Groudon. We have Rayquaza. There's more than just Kyogre.
That is true. That is true. But you know what? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's Rayquaza. Those are bees. Tit for tat.
That is true. That is true. Everyone still calls it the Ray fight. Everyone calls the Quablus Altarians the Bees because the Combi Vespa Queens from the old remote stadium. But we are in the Thea Sky Ruins. Ignorance going to be your purple team. Caterpie going to be your orange. Ignorance with the first pick. We're back with Kyogre. And the first band's going to be in the hands of Not taking out the champ.
That is a good ban. Yeah, the Machamp was doing numbers in the last game. It only makes sense to ban it out. And we see the Darkrai ban from Team Cat or P. This is a pretty normal ban, especially with a CC that Darkrai is able to provide is able to do, and also with that lockdown move, just being able to one-shot attackers in the Dark Realm.
Yeah, Darkrai, powerful option, or especially in early game, able to put Pokemon to sleep, deal massive damage, and as you said, that Unite move, able to absolutely isolate a Pokemon, just remove it from the fight, taking it to Darkrai's own little realm, where it can also just keep putting it to sleep, deal massive damage to it. Strong Pokemon, gotta take that out. Blastoise, same thing. Nobody wants to deal with it. Nobody wants to deal with the Latios and the new Draco Meteor buff as well. They said, get that thing out of here. Psyduck, Umbreon, solid bans from the side of Ignorance. Strong supportive Pokemon to be able to get out to try to take what you want. What does this mean? Mega Char Y, Mega Lucario, Mega Gyarados, and Serpent all on the table as Ignorance locks it in.
Very cool. That was, yeah, like you said, we had a lot of these versatile first picks, but I guess Farfetch is now a staple for Team Ignorance here. Let's see, we're picking the Vaporeon, we're hovering the Vaporeon, and also the Mimikyu. Very good. Yeah, we were seeing some of that synergy in earlier games with the Mimikyu just being able to easily jump onto characters with its Shadow Sneak, and it has that high burst onto tanks with
and what's better than one Ghost type? 2. Soup Chef Trevenant, not Delmise. Grass Ghost coming back into this. Ignorance says, you know what? We got a lot of stunts. We got a little CC. We got a little shielding. Let's make sure we got to pop this off there. They get the final 2 picks on the next pick there. But Caterpie going to be locking in Bebro on the Mamoswine. Big Mac on the Mega Luca.
We got some good picks here from both teams, and we have really good early game on top lane from Caterpie, but we're also seeing that Team Ignorance is able to make that support Farfetch'd work very well. I mean, they've been playing Farfetch'd support. I'm assuming that that is their support pick. But yeah, we see that. But with the Delmise, I'm very interested to see how now that top lane is going to go, especially because they have both of those characters have a lot of like shielding with their moves, and then with Delmise, when it reaches that power spike, just being able to displace Pokemon with its hook, catching them completely off guard and allowing for plays. You know, maybe we can do a hook into a Charizard ult. We'll see.
Now, Caterpie opting to bring the Pikachu back there, but Ignorance bringing in the Elder S sibling in the Raichu as well. So that's going to be there. Pikachu on Pikachu for at least until level 5 on Ignorance's side. But I want to talk about this Charizard. There's a Mega Charizard Y that's in the game right now that is absolutely demonic, overpowering, and we decided to bring in the OG Delphi. We brought in OG Charizard.
Yep, and that's exactly what I was about to comment on next. We have Mega Charizard X, we have Mega Charizard Y, and yet is this Team Ignorance making a statement that they just want to stick with the OG Mons, that they don't want to use the Megas, even though they're widely available. We'll see what regular Charizard can still do, because the character is still good, but of course not as good as its Mega counterparts.
Odds are it's got to be something to do with the 3rd item slot. If they decided to bring in their OG Charizard over the Mega Charizard, it's because they want those items. So let's take a look at what they had. They had a Scope Lens, they had a Curse Bangle, and they had that Energy Amp on there along with the X attack.
Yeah.
So we could still see that Fire Blast Flamethrower build, but now we have more Unite moves. Now we have longer time in the air there. Now we have more damage coming out with the Curse and the Scope Lens coming in, and that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see Mimikyu and Charmander into game number 3 of Ignorance, your purple team, and Caterpie, your orange.
Absolutely. We're going to need that Curse Bangle anyways to deal with the Vaporeon and with the high health from the Mamoswine. So, like you said, pretty sure that was a strategic pick from Ignorance.
Absolutely there, but we're already going in for the first early engages. Pikachu coming in with a great secure in the bottom side there. Not able to secure both, though, but being able to get one is still strong there. Surfetch going to be on a little bit of a Galarian Farfetch into the bottom there, but we're not going to allow them to farm for free, but Delmise might be in a sticky situation. Go ahead and get caught out there, pushed into the wall. The Mimikyu dives in, but here comes Charmeleon coming in from the backside there, looking for a grab on the Mega Luca, but the Mimikyu says, you ain't getting him.
Yep, Caterpie which was able to kind of get that first pick before the bees. They're able to, they'll be able to quickly push them back here, secure those, and be able to back off, allowing them to keep those levels, keep the levels, and then maintain that little bit of extra XP they got from the one pick they got on the Delmise.
Mimikyu able to clean up those notches there as they're able to come in. Regidrago is now hitting the timer. 30 seconds until that buddy spawns in. That's going to be a massive good experience for the side that takes it there, but you have to show up and you have to want it too. So far, teams have shown a lot of disinterest into Regidrago.
That is true. We see teams mostly just contesting the bees and then retreating back into their jungles. The Regidrago often just being left up.
Mimikyu able to hit their level 7 spike though there. Meanwhile, Charmeleon, not quite a full character yet, has not hit their Charizard yet. So they're looking for a way to get in. They're able to get under the Vaporeon there, able to pop that X, looking to pop that X attack on something, but are able to get the flamethrower hit. Now we got the Mimikyu diving in. Delmine's going to be taking a massive hit as the Mega Lucario looks to dive through. Boom! Gets taken down as we look for the Delmise secure.
Look at those hits on the Shadow Sneaks from the Mimikyu. He's just able to get onto that Charmeleon there, and then he had that reset. The Charmeleon was pretty scared, going back into that Flux Zone there. But yeah, the Team Ignorance did look like they wanted to push into the tier 1 of Caterpie, but it's just so hard to push into Vaporeon with its push and with its high HP. And then especially with the jungler recognizing that right away and then immediately coming up to capitalize on that, we still have our top lane intact.
Caterpie is a different team this game compared to game number 1. In the lead with 51 points, in the lead with levels, utilizing the maximum output of that Mimikyu there, keeping the pressure on early. Regieleki's hit the top side there. Regidrago still roaming the board. Nobody really cares about them, unfortunately, but Surfetch trying to look for a tap there. Dhelmise comes in with the heavy slam, not able to find something, but boom, instantly, 1-2, look for the 3 KO. All of a sudden, Ignorance is back in this. They said, nah, we're not going to start the rep on Regieleki. We're going for the scores.
And that's exactly what they are doing. We were able to see that displacement from the Whirlpool on the Dhelmise acts similarly to a Gardevoir ult, and I don't think like Dhelmise isn't picked as much isn't picked as much anymore, but that move is not to be messed with. Acting very similar to a Sweet Kiss Comfy or that Guardy ult, to a lesser extent, of course.
And Surfetch claiming the Regieleki there as Mega Lucario claims the Registeel. Caterpie's back into this as the Thunderstorm comes through. Boom! There goes the Electric Ball. 2 KO streak for the Charizard there. Ain't gonna matter as Pikachu grabs the Trevenant. Their front line has faltered. Dhelmise comes in and says, I'm here. Let me be that front line. Let me be the bulk there as Raichu start to lay down that electric thunder pressure as Mamoswine can only take so much.
But they were able to get out safely, even though it looked like Ignorance did want to crash into them there and maybe push into that pad a little bit. But before deciding that they didn't want to, even they have the ult up, they were able to, but are deciding to use their resources elsewhere.
Yeah, Mega Lucario still on the board. Still got some time in the ult ticker there as we're looking to try to put the pressure on the T1 pad. Lots of points to score in as Dhelmise is caught out. But these are brawlers. Dhelmise thrives in the face of brawlers. Lots of shields coming in, but it's taken down. Mamoswine's here. Mimikyu's able to come, Surfetch able to come in, help clean it up. There goes the Mimikyu. There goes the Lucario there. Mamoswine's now in trouble as Surfetch looking to grab him. But look
beautiful
at the
juke.
The juke from
The jukes. Very, very good. He was able to just get over that wall, get that Citrus Berry, and now back at home. He did try to use his ult to get that last hit there on the Charizard, but you know what? I think the way he was able to get out of that situation, yeah, that was very cool.
It absolutely was, but here we go. The huge lunging leak Nova Blast coming in, taking down that Mamoswine there. Pikachu's already deleted off the map as Charizard comes through, lays down the offensive fiery pressure down in the backside as Vaporeon's got to back off, get to the T2 pad and heal. Now all of a sudden, the lead that Caterpie had is gone. 228 to 51 in favor of Ignorance. And look at these levels, Delphi. 12, 11, 10, 11, 10. Meanwhile, we still got a couple of level 9s for Caterpie, even though they just secured the Regieleki to help play for them.
Yep, it's going to be really hard for Team Caterpie to push into this team here, especially with that Charizard being so fed. But they have that chance since Charizard is not there to help with the fight. So maybe this is Caterpie's time to maybe catch some of those catch-up XP, but no, unfortunately they are not able to hold it, and Bebro is left to run back to safety.
Great defense there from Ignorance as they're now defending against the Regieleki. 25 points coming in from that Mega Lucario. I mean, you might as well try to get something there. Get a few stacks in, get your Unite charge back, because it's only 90 seconds until Kyogre spawns in, but we're going to get caught out. We got a nice little cheeky score in. We're trying to make it away, but the slow is just too strong as we have Soup Jeff collapse for the KO.
But maybe now the Lucario has reached his max stacks. Maybe that is what he needs to be able to, that extra fire punch is maybe what he was needing at the risk of dying for the upcoming fight here in a minute.
Absolutely, but Regidrago, the last one of not just the game, not just the set, but of this entire event, spawning in, deleted off the map very quickly. Ignorance deciding to take that. Mamoswine getting vision on the Surfetch there, looking to try to get 40 in, not going to be able to find it. Now opting to move into the central path there because it's now 30 seconds until Kyogre spawns in, Delphi.
it is going to be a little tight for Caterpie to be able to gain some leverage back, especially with the aggressive positioning we're seeing here from Ignorance. We see Charizard. Wait. Yeah, Charizard is needing to ult here to save himself. Get that shield.
This is going to be the fight. The Mammoth Mask comes in. They're looking for the KO on the Charizard, but they go too deep. There we go. A huge collapse into the back as the Seaweed Snare comes through. 1, 2, 3. A Caterpie's deleted. Mimikyu is now caught out. Nova Leak Lunge Blast is now gone, and boom! There goes the 5th. Caterpie is deleted. Vaporeon and a Dream. Ignorance ripping this Kyogre down into nothing there. But look at Soup Chef. Great defense there to lock the Vaporeon out, and now they're pushing the pads.
That was a very, very close fight there. If the Charizard was CC'd out of his ult, I think we might have seen a different outcome. But yeah, his ult there was able to save him from that, from the grab on the Mamoswine and just the CC from Pikachu. Yeah, the Charizard ult allowed him to be able to live and start that Unite fight that we saw there. The Unite there was able to kickstart that fight, which then put Ignorance in the lead, since they did have that aggressive positioning anyways, but Charizard being able to get his Unite off and kickstart that fight really allowed Ignorance to take over that fight and take control of it.
Absolutely there. Absolutely. This is going to be a great game. I mean, listen, Caterpie fought valiantly. Caterpie fought very hard, but Ignorance was just too strong. They came in, they said, listen, we take game number 1 easily. Game number 2, that's okay. It happens. Stuff happens. But game 3, they locked in. They were losing the early game a little bit, but they played to their strengths. They played for the late game. And boy, howdy did they show up.
Absolutely. And it was, like you said, valiant effort, and Caterpie did do a good job. They made sure to not end. They made sure that they were not pressing up too far, being too greedy. If they were able to get the Charizard pick, we might have seen a different result in Ray Fight. However, as Charizard was able to get that ult off, unfortunately, it was not enough for Caterpie. But they still did a good job against everything.
They absolutely did. And what a set to end on as well. 4 fantastic sets tonight, all of them going to a game 3, finishing just after the midnight mile is hit, guys. We're almost like it's back to the original Underdunks format. You know, we get to head to bed shortly after midnight. I mean, what's the best than a little nostalgic feel for tonight, Delphi? I'll tell you right now, both teams are absolutely rocking it.
Absolutely. I mean, how can they go to bed after all that adrenaline? I know I'm pumped after watching that. That was insane. Going to game 3 multiple times and incredible fights from both teams. It was truly a sight to behold.
All right. But yes, give a congratulations to your Underdunks 73 winners. Shake, Neon Nut, Goopiter, Soup Chef 2. Keep an eye out for the announcement later on. Fantastic guys. But, oh my gosh, I want to take a look at some of these stats as well. This is going to be interesting to see what's coming in because, like Delphi, look, Goopiter, 98K, Neon, 72K damage. Boom, they were going in. Soup Chef tanking it. What a beast.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, we see lots of tanking and lots of high damage from the side of Ignorance here. But, you know, that's not to discredit the Pikachu pick and the Lucario from the side of Caterpie. But again, Ignorance just had too much sustain and HP on within their comp that unfortunately what worked in game 2 for Caterpie was not able to pull it off for game 3.
No, unfortunately they weren't able to. But hey, listen, I mean, that's not the end of the world too. I mean, coming in as a runner-up team in the Underdunk 73, that's never a bad position to be in. I mean, yes, you didn't win, but overall, again, such a strong showing from Fluffy-On, Pirate King, Bebro, Big Mac, and Justice. I'll tell you right now, the Crustal plays from Bebro coming in from game number 2 was absolutely demonic, Delphi. What was your favorite moment of this set?
They were. Honestly, I really liked that Mamoswine juke. I'm going to be so for real with you. When he got out on 1 and during that last game, I don't know. I thought that was pretty cool. What was yours?
Listen, it's got to be. Listen, as much as I complain about it, it's got to be getting faked out. Not once, but twice.
Twice.
I say twice. They got my hopes up twice. Ignorance, the trolls. But then we get Febro locking in the Crustle. So hey, you know what? That's awesome there. But to help close us out the show tonight, we're bringing back Kyle. How are you doing? What'd you think of the sets?
We got 3 games every set. I think that's the first time in Underdunk history where every single set that we spectated went to a 3rd game. So that's kind of cool. Overall, really exciting. Big congratulations to Ignorance. They're no stranger to being your Underdunk champion. So big congrats to them. We'll make sure to get all of those posts out. Good tournament. I love the new meta. I think we're seeing a little bit more variety in the attacker role, which I think is fantastic. I think it definitely needed it. We'll see. I mean, we still saw a lot of things like Raichu and Inteleon, but I think, being able to see a little bit more Latios is pretty cool. It's one of my favorite Pokemon kits right now. Offers a lot of different options. Even seeing it get banned was pretty neat. That's really about all I had. We'll kind of do a rundown round table before we get on out of here. Delphi, obviously first time casting Underdunk. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. But I believe I want to give you a little bit of time and space to talk about your event that you have going on this weekend.
Yes. Okay. So I'm pretty sure some of you maybe have heard of the Big Uzi Cup that is going to be hosted on Sunday, March 8th at 3 p.m. EST. In case you weren't familiar with the Big Uzi Cup, this is just a grassroots tournament hosted by myself and Blush Link. Blush came to me with the idea on Monday. He was said, hey, I have the Start GG page, but I don't know how to get it going. What can we do about it? And now we have turned this into a full competition, which is going to be run on Sunday. Right now we have a $400 Canadian dollar prize pool, which will be granted to the first place winner, and then the runner-up team gets a $10 gift card to Tim Hortons, and that's only if you have a Canadian team on your team, a Canadian player on your team. Blush thought it'd be funny. I thought it was kind of funny, so we just kind of went with it.
I love it.
We do have like some pretty good interest rate in it, and we're still looking for more players and more teams, and because we do think that this is going to be like a pretty decently sized event, especially like with the LFTs that are being posted in EX, and we're still advertising the tourney on social media. We just really want it to be like a nice community thing to bring everyone together. We do with some prize pool. It is still an open pot, so if anyone wants to contribute to it, they are welcome. We just really want to do something for the community and bring everyone together, and we just think it's going to be a good time.
Love it. It's going to be super fun. ! Big Uzi. We'll get you the link. Yes. It's also pinned in the chat. The Start GG page. I'll make sure to also post it on the Underdunk socials going into the next couple days. Super excited. It's going to be a really fun tournament. Rest in peace, Big Uzi. I thought that was really funny. I'm not dead yet. That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I also want to say Big Uzi has nothing to do with it, because I know he's getting DMs from people saying thinking as his tournament and people thinking he's actually dead. He's not. He's also not affiliated with the tourney. We just thought it'd be funny to call it the Big Uzi Cup, but he has nothing to do with it, and we just want to make that clear.
Fantastic. Yeah, it's always, you got to meme on him every once in a while. It's super fun. Hyde, any final thoughts as we get ready to sign out today?
I mean, listen, we could always use more Sableye in here, but I'm also very happy to see more tanks being utilized. I mean, we're seeing more Mamoswine being brought in. We're seeing more Crustle. Trevenant's on the uprise there as well. Now, can we get some Goodra in there, maybe? Maybe we can get some... I mean, we still see a lot of Vaporeon and stuff, so overall, I like to see the tank diversity. Supporters, though, seem to be on the decline. People are choosing not to bring supporters in, but attackers, we got a huge buff in the patch notes to attackers. I'm excited to see how this is going to shape, especially with Ignorance using techs like leaving Mega Charizard Y on the table to take the OG into the battle. That was insane to me.
I love it. I love the versatility that a lot of the Pokemon have now with the EXP share changes or EXP. Well, I guess EXP and EXP share changes. I think that's pretty cool. But yeah, good stuff. We'll be back. I believe we're finalizing what day we're going to be back for Underdunk 74. I believe we are going to go for the 12th, which is next week. Ooh. And we're potentially going to skip the 19th. So we're going to do it 2 weeks in a row. So right before the league week, we're going to have our next Underdunk. And obviously we are, about 2 months at this point away from our last chance qualifiers, which I believe are like the second, maybe third week in May. So we're 2 months out from that. So I think
May 9th.
Players, we're going to be starting to think about what teams we're going to be throwing in to our open qualifier hats. So we're gonna continue running a bunch of Underdunks, as many as we can until that, just to make sure that everybody has plenty of practice and stuff, and making sure that y'all have other tournaments. I think this Uzi Cup is going to be fantastic. Another opportunity to not only, win a little bit of cash, but get some practice in for that. So outside of that, I think that is it for us. Big shout out to Bina and Lordy on the back end. Bina for observing, Lordy adminning the back end. Obviously, thank you to Husky for casting with me earlier. Thank you, Delphi and JohnathanHyde, for casting those last 2 sets. Hopefully y'all had fun. And then no thank you to the awful production that was griefing all day long with Husky. I know she had to try to fire production at least 4 times. Hopefully it wasn't too bad for y'all. But that is it for us. We're going to go ahead and end and raid on out. So we'll see you in a short week, trainers. And then on Sunday, make sure to tune into Delphi's channel. Linked in the stream title. If you're not following, make sure to follow. We'll be live there 3 p.m. Delphi, is that right?
3 p.m. EST.
3 p.m. EST. All right, trainers, that is going to be it for us. We will see you on the next one.